Ahoy, landlubbers. It's me, your Captain Vasco speaking. I'm going to level with you. I'm going to be honest with you right up top. Whatever's about to happen, it's going to be awful. It's going to be garbage. So I hope you all know that and are here for it and are aware of that. That is to say, happy Homunculus Friday. We're playing some Raincode, which may or may not be finally concluded tonight. I genuinely don't know. To hashtag date this live stream. It is January 19th, 2024. That number seems too big and it makes me unhappy. Much like the fact that they stopped working on the apartment next to mine and then I swear to God they like started over. Like that work was supposed to be done almost 10 days ago and it was for a few days. And then they started working on that apartment again. And I've snuck a couple looks over there when I've been going out for errands and stuff. And it honestly just looks like they started over. Like they finished the entire apartment and then we're like, we got some time. We could just do it slightly better from the ground up. It's not that big a deal, but conceptually it's very annoying to me that it was like, it seemed like it was done and then it just completely started over. Like, all right, everything's a farce. I understand. That's fine. Yeah, Raincode. I mean, I don't know what to say about Raincode that I haven't already. I guess I could try to catch us up. Here's the problem, though, is that, like, we're in this, like, really horrible slow-motion death spiral trying to finish this game. Which is to say that, like, I don't really know how I can recap the last stream, as almost all of the information contained in the last stream is redundant with the one that came before it. So, like, even if you, like, missed exactly last stream and, like, not the one before it, you're, like, almost literally caught up. I'm, like, not even joking. Like, we learned so little new information last time. Like, the main important thing that we learned last time that was actual new information and wasn't just Yuma 6 steps behind figuring out stuff that we had either theorized or already clearly understood, is the fact that apparently Makoto Kagutsuchi like figured out how to make like a weather control machine and he's like solely responsible for it raining for 3 years because he is aware of the fact that the like messed up Amaterasu homunculi are like weak to sunlight, and so he made it rain all the time so that they wouldn't like go insane with homunculus rage, which like isn't a joke or exaggeration at all. That's all entirely literal and we learned it last time, and everything else was basically like, oh my god, the Soylent Green meat buns are people! And I'm like, yeah, like literally like 6 hours ago, with almost no clues, that was clear. Even if you like didn't jokingly theorize that earlier, just by nature of how weird everyone was about the meat buns. Like the whole stream was like that. And it like that in and of itself became very frustrating unless you like seeing me not enjoy reasoning death matches, in which case like definitely go back and watch that because it happens quite a few times. But yeah, so like we at the end of last stream, we like just got to the deduction denouement, which is normally like the very end of a case, but like last time it wasn't, and I don't think it's going to be the case this time in this case either. But like also the game wouldn't let me save, so I had to back it up a little bit by loading a previous save file. So if you're wondering why we're not in exactly the same space, that's why. Anyway, let's just, I mean, I'm sure we have a lot of ground to not cover, so we might as well get going as soon as we can. It says, I genuinely don't believe this game has an end. Should we ever reach one, the game will find 1,000 ways to retell plot points until we die of old age. I mean, that in and of itself is probably the plot of some video game, I imagine. I don't know. It's better still be working. Okay, great. So if you were wondering why the hold screen music was different than usual, it's because we're on a different screen. Normally I start from the like homepage. That's not it. Just closed up the hype train. What did we get? We got hype cries. Is that a sad Game Boy? That is a sad Game Boy. That is an interesting choice. Cotillion, welcome. Someday Cotillion hopes to die. Don't we all? And don't we all think that this game will facilitate that? Did anyone else get a second emote just now? I don't know what's happening. Fantastic. All right. So, as is tradition, let's play Raincoat. And as I said a moment ago, I think it might have been before I was recording, I just like unintentionally paused on a screen that was entirely appropriate, because the dialogue on the screen right now is Yuma saying, "Fine, let's end this." And I can't... Okay, there's some fantastic glitch happening where now, every time someone resubs or gives a sub, I'm just getting more hype train emotes. It's hilarious to me. But thank you to Katsuya for the resub, and Angel for gifting a sub to Neko, and for everyone participating in the hype train and all of that. But that's the funniest Twitch glitch I've seen in a minute, that's for sure. Alright. Let us begin to end this. The way that's written, I just really appreciate the fact that it just feels like it's like, oh, fine. Let's be done with it. Ah, shoot, I think we finally read out the glitch window. I appreciate the unnecessary attempt to keep the train rolling. Demolition, thank you for 5 gift subs. And now that the glitch is solved, please definitely don't overextend yourself at all, thank you.
It's time to expose the truth of Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
God, I can't tell you how stupid Kanai Ward's ultimate secret is. If you did miss exactly last week's stream, Kanai Ward's ultimate secret... I mean, like, the whole thing is, you know, everything we were talking about is like, oh, the whole town got replaced with homunculi, whatever. But, like, the game really wanted to emphasize that the pink blood was, like, this super clever plot twist. And, like, even their own flashback to demonstrate how... like, it had been hiding in plain sight the whole time, is like Yuma being like, I don't understand, this is weird. And then Shinigami being like, this isn't weird at all. And then, like, that's it. That's, like, the entirety of the game addressing it. And then, like, even its own flashback makes it look pretty embarrassing. It annoys me that it's just, like, textbook gaslighting. Like, it's one thing to, like, play off of the misconception of the reader/player of your mystery in order to, like, sneak one by them. And it's another thing entirely to just lie about it. Like, I feel like the second you do that, like, your mystery automatically sucks. Because, like, a good mystery shouldn't have to lie to you to make a surprise. Anyway, Kanai Ward's ultimate secret. Oh yeah, this guy's dialogue's, like, way loud for some reason.
You can do it!
I figured this out while editing last time, and I was like, why is that the case? Why is it so much louder? Like, everyone else is balanced completely normally, and then this guy's like, ah! Every time. I don't know what the heck. By this guy, I mean, like, me in a trench coat. Alright, it's time for that denouement. Let's hope I remember everything from the past, like, 6 weeks, because no new information has been had recently. We did inadvertently learn at the end of last week's stream that you can time out in the deduction denouement, and you get a game over, much like the bomb screen from the YouTube short that I put together a while back. Alright, what do we have to begin with? Rain cloud generator. Well, that's not it. It was used to collect DNA. Directed the project. Is it? It's probably this? What did Makoto create to stop the defective homunculi? Rain. He made it rain. Okay, Dr. Weska is one of these. Who directed Project Homunculus? This idiot. Fantastic. Homunculi. Nope. This one probably was being researched. Homunculi. But yeah, there's like way not enough clues for this to be the end of this case, just for anyone playing along at home. And I'm not bothering to go through this logic in depth because you all know, if you've been here at all for this game, that like in 5 seconds they're gonna retell the whole case again. What was used as an excuse? Blood tests. They were like, oh my god, everyone's gotta get their blood tests, and we're definitely not making homunculus. It makes the homunculus go berserk sunlight. Pa-pow. We solved the whole case. Yeah, don't you love that, Ditto? Who directed the project? The guy whose photo is already on the page immediately next to the blank space. It's not the first time that's happened. We did it. We murdered all the mysteries or something.
And that's a wrap, folks. I do these recaps out of kindness, you know. I'm just saying, it'd be nice to get a little appreciation.
Barking up the wrong tree. You're not getting it from me.
Sorry. I thought this was all a part of your process or something.
This would almost be a funny joke if we had done these well
Let's expose
throughout
all
the
facts
game.
and finish this once and for all. It's time for the very last deduction denouement.
You gotta be kidding me. You can't believe that's true.
It
I
all
don't
started
believe that's
10
true.
years ago.
Our book did not go 10 years back. Oh, I want to black sad this so bad. It's just a loop though, right? It's clearly just a loop. Oh, it really hurts to look at. I'm not
the
doing
UG
this.
tasked both its own research facility and Amaterasu Corp to conduct homunculus research.
Oh, it really is horrendous to look at. Why? It started the year before Yuma was born. Sick. That's such a good burn echo. Yeah, it's like a really big molecule. It's like a macrocule. Is that a thing?
They were trying to create an immortal army of homunculi that could just come
For
back
some
to
reason.
life, right?
For some, like, flimsily created, conjured reason.
The death gods would be out of a job!
Nah, because the unkillable army would be, like, killing all the killable people, right? That's, like, the whole
By having the
point.
two organizations compete with each other, they hoped to rush development along.
God, that is really awful to
And
look
it was
at.
the UG's research facility
Thank you.
that
Oh, no, it's
managed to
back.
create a homunculus first. That
This
drove
is
Amaterasu
so
into a
contrived.
panic.
At least the molecule's gone.
So, 3 years ago, Project Homunculus was conducted under Dr. Weska's direction.
Hey, serious question, for real talk. The lady next to Dr. Weska, she's got like a regular old lab coat, right? And you look at Dr. Weska, and he looks like he's already been the victim of a zombie outbreak attack. What? Why? Does he have no pride in his appearance whatsoever? I mean, it's like one thing not to have like a perfectly clean lab coat because you're preoccupied doing your science, but like that crap is tattered. Look at that. What's happening there?
Acting like they were just testing for a contagious disease, they took blood from all the people in Kanai Ward. They were turning the town upside down, trying to find DNA that would help them make homunculi.
Ditto, why would you say that to me? Having power watched the Nirvana Initiative VODs, I thought UG was underground. No one's ever thought UG was underground.
They got beat to the punch and were rushing for results. Huge death flag if you ask me.
Ultimately, the experiment was a failure.
That's all a matter of
Their
perspective.
efforts
Maybe he
resulted in
wanted these
nothing more
horrible
than a
monsters.
massive defective homunculi.
Again,
Defective
is
homunculi
the-
have two fatal flaws.
I mean, here's the thing. They go out of their way to say that the experiment was a failure. But, like, we wanted an unkillable zombie army. We literally got that. If anything, I might argue that the Amaterasu version of the homunculus is more in line with the project's hypothesis than the other one is implied to be. The, like, functioning, rational homunculus person. Horinst Undiga. No one's ever thought Horinst Undiga, Ditto. It's one of the worst puzzle solutions of all time. I almost defy you to find, like, worse examples of puzzle solutions. I mean, one of the only ones that really comes to mind right away is the, it's Gabriel Knight 3, which I haven't even played, but it's so famously bad, I know this one. There's, like, a puzzle where you have to, like, steal someone's ID so that you can, like, pretend to be them. But then, for some reason, you have to, like, alter the appearance of the person on the ID, but then also alter your own appearance to match the alteration you made to the ID photo. But, like, you could have just not done that. You have to, like, make a fake mustache for yourself after, like, drawing a mustache on the picture of the person you're pretending to be. It makes no sense. It's like, It is like one of the worst conceptual puzzles I can imagine. Like, the solution to Horens Undiga is, like, confoundingly bad. But at least the core idea of the puzzle makes sense. I don't think there's a lot of, like, worse examples of puzzles than those, though. There might be some, but, like, it will be rare. Yeah, there's like a famous article about how, like, that puzzle was, like, emblematic of, like, the adventure game genre killing itself off.
1. They revive after death with fully repaired bodies, but their minds deteriorate and they become zombies.
Well, that zombie should have known better than to walk into the light, I'm
2.
just saying.
Sunlight whips them into a bloody frenzy, but they won't remember what they did afterwards. It's kinda like when an alcoholic corporate drone with a lot of pent-up stress gets a picture at the company party.
That's not funny, that's just true.
I'm not sure that's really the same. Anyway, the newly created defective homunculi were exposed to sunlight and immediately went on a rampage.
Here's like another serious question. So, like, I get that we talked a little bit last week about how, like, part of the idea behind Project Homunculus is just volume. Is, like, if we make enough homunculi, it increases the chances that, like, some amount of them are successful by whatever metric we're deeming a successful homunculus to be. But, like, we saw in that last shot that, like, Dr. Weska made a homunculus of himself, and it appears to have attacked him. Possibly to death. But, like, originally our goal was to, like, sell off these homunculi as, like, a zombie army, more or less, right? Like, I mean, there's ethical complications just to the weird, like, straight cloning situation. But, like, are we really okay with, like, creating a copy of ourselves who's an unkillable monster to go, like, murder people at war? Is that good? I don't know. At least the dino bones were okay. That's true. Somehow, despite all the property damage, I think everyone just respected the T-Rex.
They attacked Kanai Ward and murdered all of the residents.
A certain masked man then created a rain cloud generator by making some extreme modifications to a public bathhouse.
And that's literally all the information you'll ever get on how someone managed to create perpetual rain. Like a genuine scientific marvel that casually happens in the background of this game and isn't a major plot point, really.
He covered the whole city with those clouds.
The rain clouds blocked out the sun and brought the defective homunculi out of their berserk state. Their memories reverted back to when their blood had been drawn 1 week before.
That's really not how blood or memories work, just for the record.
The blank week mystery refers to the period where they went out of control and lost their memories.
Tuition says, "Lady, this is a brand new invention." I like I do sort of appreciate that subtle implication there that, like, a bathhouse is just, like, a few tweaks away from being a perpetual rain machine. Like, it's like, it just, no one feels like putting in the time, but, like, you could definitely do it, right?
So basically, Kanai Ward's ultimate secret is...
3 years ago, the defective homunculi of all Kanai Ward residents murdered their human counterparts. Exposed to sunlight at the very moment of their creation, they went berserk and wiped out the entire city.
Cool.
Rain clouds then blocked out the sun, and their human memories returned.
The defective homunculi have no idea they're not human. And they continue on to this day in this land of never-ending rain. They just live their lives, happily munching away on human flesh-filled buns.
It's weird to use as an example
caused by
a
the rain.
plethora of people who are genuinely
It's
dead.
actually conclusive evidence that every resident is a homunculus.
Think that outfit is drafty.
The truth behind Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
they forgot to make like a really big deal out of the pink blood. Because this sounds like a good life. Endless meat buns and rain. Like, oh, hold on. Something weird is happening. I have multiple questions. I don't expect any satisfying answers. But he definitely wasn't frozen, so he definitely just jumped into the Mystery Labyrinth right after us. That's like 1,000,000% how that is. But, like, not even being funny, like, yeah, I mean, the homunculi need to eat weird cannibal meat buns in order to survive. So, like, since that, like, necessarily has to be true, like, it doesn't seem like there's any benefit to, like, telling the people of Kanai Ward about the secret. That JoJo pose, though. Was that full-on JoJo pose? Don't you have to, like, have completely impossible knee benditure in order for that to be true? Alright, now for the next retelling of the plot. That is the game. Because obviously he's here because he shares Yuma's skill. I believe you mean forensic forte. Yeah, this game's trying a little hard. Earlier, Anime said the only problem with the defective ones will be in peacetime and transporting them, and they can't control them while berserk. Yeah, but like you just get like big, strong boxes to keep them in, right? You just throw your meat buns in the box and they all get in there, and then you close the box behind them. And then you take them where you need the zombie army to kill people. I mean, listen, I wouldn't want to be in charge of those boxes or literally any part of that process, but like, if you are going to fund a murder army of unkillable monsters, you get what you pay for.
Hey, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you.
Now, the only thing that's weird about this is, like, Yuma doesn't seem to be holding his own solution blade. I also don't feel like he threw it at any point. So how did Makoto get what appears to be Yuma's exact sword and not, like, his own copy of sword?
So this guy's the mystery phantom now. I figured he'd show up eventually.
You sure took a while getting here. Maybe I shouldn't expect much of you.
Do we have to have an actual sword fight? I feel like the mechanics of that are going to be horrible.
A solution blade?
Huh? Why does he have a solution blade?
Oh my god, does he have, like, his own, like, hot, weird monster girl? That'd be so funny.
We shall see which of us should be destroyed. Let's wield our solution blades to find the answer.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to hate this. Whatever's about to happen, I feel like this is going to be miserable to play. Hey, Crit Twitch, welcome to the stream. Nice and prompt this evening. You get to see even more shenanigans. It's a good week for it, maybe. Or maybe a horrible week. It's really hard for me to say. Thank you again to Angel for the ongoing gift sub to Crit Twitch. This is what the game needs, another Shinigami. At this point, I don't even know if that's sincere or sarcastic. From you, Sarah, I expect that to be more sincere than the average commenter. Why is there a yo-yo attached to the solution blade? Always was. Astronaut shooting other astronaut from space.jpg.
Don't tell me. You didn't assume you already arrived at the truth, did you?
I mean, I didn't, but the game did.
You promised you would expose all truth. Is this really the best you can do? Well, perhaps you're not as capable as I thought.
We still haven't exactly cracked the case of the Great Global Mystery. Is that what we're calling it? Which, frankly, is just that the World Detective Organization is sending criminals here to be eaten by Kanai Ward, which is multiple types of insane. But even though we literally only have like one clue to that effect, that the whole mystery is solved, because that's the way this game works.
How did you get that solution blade?
Oh yeah, you should be more curious. After all, you understand nothing about me. For I am Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
Your pink blood?
I wonder if Master can even make snap judgments.
Oh, God. I told you this was going to be horrible. Just know I'm about to get really mad. There's, like, 0 chance that doesn't happen. This guy won't let up, huh? You still remember how to deal with this kind of situation, don't you? If the answer isn't right, wait it out. Oh, okay, so it's just the X-Acto knife battle. By the way, can we just briefly recall how stupid the X-Acto knife battle was? Why does Vivia Twilight have such an enormous X-Acto knife? Why? In terms of writing, plot, characterization, and dialogue, this is just bad. Yeah! But, like, character design's okay. And that counts for, you know, like, a part of the grade. He works for Amazon. What about Vivia Twilight? I mean, I'm talking about something from the last case. At a certain point, he, like, challenges us to reveal the truth, and in order to do so, he pulls out, like, a cartoonishly large X-Acto knife and wields it like a sword. Yeah, but this, I mean, I know at least one person in chat is going to say, how are we still getting tutorials? But, like, we've technically done these before. It's just, like, not a regular game mechanic, so it gives you a tutorial every time that happens, which is somehow most of the time. But this is that annoying thing where, like, we're going to get, like, prompted in sequence for a few things, and we will take damage if we don't immediately pick the right one, but we won't be able to see all of the options before we have to pick. What's happening in Kanai Ward when Makoto arrived? Okay. By the way, the tutorial always gives you a hint as to what the first thing is that's about to happen.
You're the ultimate secret?
First, when did I come to Kanai Ward? And why? Can you answer that?
I don't know what button I have to press for this. 3 years ago. What was happening in Kanai Ward when Makoto arrived? Nope, not that. Blank Week Mystery. Oh, I hit the button. Come on. This is the crap I hate. They give you a really short window. They don't color code their buttons. Like, I knew the answer. I pressed the button in what genuinely feels to me like it was within the time window that it should count. Still take damage.
Yes, that's it.
He's definitely hexadecimal now.
I came to Kanai Ward during the Blank Week Mystery 3 years ago.
Why so blue, Makoto? Dad joke.
All to resolve that case.
You still only took away 1,000th of your health. I mean, yeah, but it always does that. It's the principle of the thing that's annoying, not the fact that I genuinely think I'm gonna die, even though I have taken a lot of damage in this dungeon relative to the others.
Resolve that case?
I knew they'd regain control once sunlight was blocked. So, I created the rain cloud generator to gently cover Kanai Ward in rain.
So here's a serious question. I don't know why I keep prefacing everything that way. Maybe because I'm concerned that you will think I'm not being serious. Because everything is a joke. But, like, even though we have every reason to think that Makoto himself is, like, the one true king and successful homunculus or whatever, if that's true, he also doesn't have the defective homunculus weakness. So what would make him so confident that, like, making a cartoon weather machine would actually, like, put the situation under control again?
It's more like you caged them in.
Ow.
Without me, Kanai Ward would never have been rebuilt! I used everything at my disposal to cover up the tragedy that took place here.
Including your skills at arts and craft and the guitar?
But there was no way for me to fix the entire city on my own.
Why did you do it? Why do such a thing?
You want to know?
He has the smartest brain or something. Yeah, I don't actually know if I talked about this much last week, even though last week we were getting some, like, really heavy-handed overtones about it. I'm, like, really deeply concerned that the idea here is that not only is Makoto us, but that both of us are somehow number one, who is alleged by the game to be the most brilliant person alive, which has so many logistical improbabilities to it, up to and including, but not exhaustive, of Yuma being like 12 or whatever. We don't really know his age, but like, come on now. But also the fact that Yuma, amnesia or no, is like literally one of the dumbest video game characters I've ever seen in my whole life. He's incredibly stupid. Maybe we're his homunculus. I think he has to be the OG homunculus, because the story goes that like the one successful homunculus was cloned from number one and like became self-aware of the fact that he was a homunculus, and like Makoto showed up to Kanai Ward and insists that he loves all the people of Kanai Ward, and like arranged for this improbable deal with the unified government that like they won't like burn Kanai Ward to the ground so long as he follows ground rules and like is the ruler of this miserable place. And to me, that motivation only makes sense if he is also a homunculus himself. Am I maybe wrong? Yeah, sometimes this game is genuinely just stupid, but I think that's what we have been getting at.
I did it to protect Kanai Ward, of course.
Because I love this
I
city.
love this city. I'd do anything for it. But you already know that.
Ah, a train. What do you do to protect Kanai Ward? Isolation, peacekeepers, isolation.
You isolated all of Kanai Ward!
Those ones are better than the sequential ones, but I still hate this whole idea.
Protecting them? You trapped them!
They'd be, like, burnt or dead. Time for Yellow Mask. This guy's 1,000,000% hexadecimal. If you've never seen Reboot, just do it. Oh, you know, there was actually Reboot news recently.
Kanai Ward would have been wiped from the map.
For those of you who actually have any familiarity with the, like, I think it was early 2000s or maybe late 90s, like, CGI cartoon out of Canada called Reboot, about, like, people who lived in, like digital people who lived inside a computer. They were, like, the denizens of your computer. They, like, recently found, like, these master beta tapes, which they were going to use to, like, remaster the show. But they're hung up on the fact that they don't have a device to play them on. So they, like, went to the internet and they're like, someone, like, please tell us how to access this in Canada so we can do this. Reboot was a great show. I mean, I honestly have no idea if it's aged well, but it was, like, really creative and unique at the time. It has some, like, really interesting villain characters, particularly Hexadecimal, who was this weird force of chaos. She was this, like, really spooky, spindly lady who had, like, no real face, but she had, like, 1,000,000 masks that she could, like, conjure at, like, the touch of her face. So, like, she would, like, constantly, like, bring characters to her, like, weird, endless void of a layer, and then just, like, say creepy stuff to them and over-emote, and then just, like, keep doing weird stuff with masks to, like, make her face look scary. She was really cool, and, like, I tend to like a show that embraces not just good and evil, but some, like, weird third party that, like, complicates matters. And, like, Hexadecimal was, like, the very first time I remember, like, encountering and appreciating that. So, like, I really like that character in particular. C-Chat was every bit as good as Babylon 5. I don't remember a lot of Babylon 5, to be honest. And, like, listen, these were, like, early days of CG, and this was an entirely CG cartoon. So, like, you do have to... You have to appreciate it's definitely a relic of its time. Does it look every bit as good as, like, the CG elements used in like a movie like Jurassic Park that's held up really well? No, not at all. But like, was it doing something pretty groundbreaking at the time? And like, I think did a good job of like leaning into a stylized look rather than trying to be overly realistic and definitely looking like garbage? Yeah, I think so. Reminds you of the Johnny Quest 3D show? No. Who else remembers the Johnny Quest 3D show? I was pretty sure that was just me. I was like really obsessed with that for a little while. Don't remember like a ton of specifics about it, other than the fact that like it kind of felt like Code Lyoko, to be honest. Like honestly, if you like Johnny Quest 3D, like watch Code Lyoko. Because like I think Code Lyoko is really good at the thing that it's doing. And it's a very similar concept. Yeah, the real adventures of Johnny Quest. That's it. Anyway, this guy's trying to advance the plot or wrap us around in a loop and tell us the same plot again or something. Without me, Kanai Ward would have been wiped from the map.
The UG planned
Oh my
to
God,
flatten
Action Man.
Kanai Ward to cover up the failed homunculus experiment. But thanks to my negotiating, they saw the benefits of isolation.
That they would have a corpse processing plant?
We would peacefully secure the defective homunculi, and they wouldn't have to spend a cent. Besides, it'd be a terrible thing if the UG's inhumane research was made public.
And through that negotiating, you became CEO of Amaterasu Corporation. Your goal was to rule over Kanai Ward, wasn't it?
Yuma is like the absolute dumbest. This annoys me so much. Like, I'm not even sure it's worth going into. But, like, I just, like... Even without talking firsthand to Makoto, like, how is it not clear what's going on? I mean, we've had, like, the whole situation explained to us, like, 4 times, and somehow Yuma's still like, oh, you're the bad guy.
You still
I mean, like, I don't like this guy,
understand me.
but, like,
Try
it just...
to remember.
It just, like, fundamentally misunderstands this whole situation.
Hey, Master. There's something weird about this mystery phantom.
He's not a mystery phantom, you goon.
Why are we able to talk to him like this? None of the others acted this way.
Huh?
Try to remember. What did I do after I became CEO of Amaterasu Corporation?
It's just so vague, I don't know what I'm expecting the answer to be. Built the tower? No. Ended homunculus research. Oh, I pressed the button again! Ah, it's so annoying! It's so annoying to be punished for answering correctly and it just deciding that I get, like, 0.2 of a second instead of the amount of
What
time
did I
I
do
literally need to
after
press the
I
button.
became CEO of Amaterasu Corporation?
Like, you just, like, 100% of the time take damage. It's not the amount of damage, it's just that, like, there's nothing you can do about it. It's very stupid.
You shut down the homunculus research.
I didn't want to create any additional defective homunculi. So I ended the research and sealed off the test site. Dr. Weska and Yomi objected, but as the CEO, I was able to quash their complaints. That's how I rebuilt Kanai Ward all on my own. It is a city for homunculi who have nowhere else to go.
There's such a specific tourist slogan. I'm not sure you're gonna get a lot of business that way.
You did it to protect the people in the city?
Oh, just dumb as a post.
That's right. I did it all out of the love I have for this place. That is the undeniable truth.
I honestly feel like Harry Dubois on a Snake Eyes role is smarter than Yuma on an average day.
I've never hid my love for Kanai Ward from you at any moment.
No, you've actually been, like, obnoxiously forthright about it, to the point that, again, it just feels like a cartoon.
Yet, you never quite seem convinced about it.
That might be because you're a
What he
mask-wearing
says makes
psycho.
sense. He's not lying. The experiments created the defects, so we transformed Kanai Ward to protect them.
Oh man, it only took having it explained like a 5th time.
But if that's true...
Yeah, I don't know, Anime. Why does it take you so long to understand? Because he's the worst.
What crime is he guilty of? Why have I drawn my sword against him?
Only you can answer that question, my guy.
Hey, Master! Don't let that mystery phantom fool you! Try to remember why he started this in the first place! He's a phantom! He's just trying to prevent you from exposing the truth!
Yeah, you're right. He's no saint. He's a dictator who will do anything to achieve what he wants.
Oh my lord. What crime did Makoto commit? Wow, I really thought for sure that the answer was just going to be none of them. I like wasn't paying close attention to him because I thought we were just doing a cool moment. That's my bad. We don't actually have any evidence that he
You may
did
wear
the mass
mask of a
kidnapping though,
saint,
right?
But it can't hide the crimes you've committed.
I mean, it's like pretty strongly implied that he would have awareness of it, but like we don't literally have evidence of that. I don't think. We don't even literally have evidence that number one knows, but it's heavily implied that number one should know. What saint is that a mask of? You know, Saint Hexadecimal or something? I don't think phantoms can do you like this. He's anime. You can't reason with Yuma. He's not smart enough. It's like those effects in like tabletop role-playing games that are like, this doesn't affect someone whose intelligence is like less than 3 or something. It's like it's not gonna work.
You are the mastermind behind the global kidnapping case the WDO has been pursuing. People were abducted across the world and turned into food for homunculi at your factory.
Oh, he's putting on a purple mask. It matches his suit. And it's got a scary eye on
I
it.
had no choice. They must eat in order to survive. Besides, I never took innocent people. I gathered criminals with no chance of rehabilitation and simply accelerated their sentencing.
Yeah, that seems chill.
You saw the memo as well. Besides, they were all on death row anyway.
That doesn't make it right.
At any rate, that's not just my crime.
Huh?
The procurement of these ingredients was done with the full cooperation of the World Detective Organization.
Yeah, that was implied by our note, but not explicit because it was from the perspective of someone who didn't have evidence.
WDO?
I couldn't have asked for a better source of information for the ingredients.
You were working with the World Detective Organization?
Actually, it's more accurate to say I took advantage of them.
Gross.
Liar! The WDO wouldn't let themselves be used by you!
We still know, like, not very much about the WDO. It feels weird to have this level of conviction about
You
this.
just flaunted their name to capture criminals!
Why are we using this language? Flaunting and taking advantage. I don't like it.
In fact, the WDO itself tasked us with investigating the global kidnapping case!
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good bluff though, right?
If you were their accomplice, they wouldn't have issued that directive!
Actually, let's take just like a half a second to think about this. Like, not even the amount of time that like Yuma would have had to think this through, having lived through this experience, but like a whole bunch of detectives died on their way into the city. How do you think that the Peacekeepers and whoever all knew where to find all of the efforts of the detectives to get into the city? Like, maybe the WDO just tipped them off and, like, expected a whole bunch of them to die.
And we would never have come to Kanai Ward to corner you like this!
Oh my god, stop saying that you've cornered Makoto! You're too dumb to breathe!
You still think you've got me cornered? You really are clueless. The way I see it, you were all gathered at Kanai Ward for other reasons.
Slam poetry
Very
jamboree?
well. Go on and use that simple brain of yours to expose my schemes!
Master detectives were assembled. Wipe out the master detectives? Maybe? To oust Yomi? Yeah. I figured I might as well press the third one to try it since I was going to take damage regardless. I think the first one's the closest
You really
fit.
are clueless. The way I
This
see
game
it,
mechanic is just horrendous. I'll never say a good thing about it. I think it's just awful. Like, I routinely play QuickTime event games on this
Very
channel.
well.
And, like,
Go
these
on
are
and
some of
use
the
that
worst
simple
feeling
brain
QuickTime
of yours
events,
to
in addition to
expose
them
my
being poorly
schemes.
conceived. Like, the window to succeed at these is so needlessly short. Is there a fourth one? It doesn't seem like to get rid of Yomi is a very good answer.
You really are clueless. The way I see it, you were all gathered at Kanai Ward for other reasons. Very well. Go on and use that simple brain of yours to expose my schemes!
Because says, imagine how much quicker this game would be if you had Dora the Explorer solving the mystery. That's such a dumb answer. Stop making me dumber with your stupid plot. I made a joke about that like a week or two ago, Neko. I think it was when we found that note, the one that like talks about how like #1 of the World Detective Organization is like the smartest mind in the world, and I was like, you mean Dora the Explorer?
You hinted at unsolved mysteries and other global cases to lure us to Kanai Ward. Your true goal was to cast out Yomi, director of the Peacekeepers, since he was in your way.
He's the CEO! He's the CEO of the company! He doesn't need detectives from outside of the town to get rid of him! Literally just fire the man! This is the worst plot point! This plot point has been present in like the whole game and it's never once made sense! And now he's trying to say the whole scheme hinges on this stupid, insane plot point? Why? Why is this game like this? It's so stupid. I mean, I can't even imagine that they have very good labor laws in Kanai where it's a town made of homunculi. Literally, just fire him! I don't know.
Correct. Well, almost. You're so close. Yomi wasn't in my way. He was in Kanai Ward's way.
What does that mean?
If all he did was use the Peacekeepers to push his weight around, that would have been fine.
Okay.
But of all things, he was working with Dr. Weska, trying to leak homunculus information.
To who?
If that happened, the unified government wouldn't remain silent. Kanai Ward's secrets would be exposed to the world.
No, but like literally to who? I mean, the unified government already knows about it. You're concerned he's gonna like put up a billboard in like Times Square telling people that homunculi exist? Do you have any idea how many conspiracy theories there are in the world? Much less in this anime world of nonsense? Why would people even believe that?
Still, I couldn't expel him myself.
Why?
Peacekeepers had grown too strong in this city.
That literally doesn't make any sense. I mean, like, even if you wanted me to believe this plot point, you've completely undermined any potential I have to suspend my disbelief because of how quickly and easily you disposed of him and neutralized the Peacekeepers at the end of the last case. Like, all it took is, like, one woman who everyone thought was dead showing up and being like, he's not a good guy. And everyone's like, oh, I guess we should kill him or whatever. Like, there's just, like, I couldn't believe this for a second if you had a gun pointed at my head.
You pitted us against the Peacekeepers, and you got what you wanted by eliminating Yomi.
Look, everyone wanted Yomi gone. Probably even Yomi. He sucked. That's not the point.
So everyone gathering here was all part of that masked guy's plan?
It's, like, literally the worst plan I've ever heard of. And the only person who could fall for it is a clone of the same idiot who conceived of it. It just has to be true.
And because you achieved your goal, you're trying to eliminate us? Now that we've outlived our usefulness?
There's a sound effect that I assume is supposed to be the swords, like, straining against each other. But it kind of just sounds like someone's, like, rustling an old-school garbage can filled with, like, loose tin cans or something. He's not a phantom. You get it, idiot?
What happened to the other master detectives? Were you the one who bombed WDO headquarters?
I find that I definitely don't care about the answer to this. Wow, that looks like something out of Don't Starve.
Too much. I feel remorse for what had to be done. But the WDO was in the city's way.
Such a Japanese expression.
Way?
I had no choice. This city must remain a secret in order to survive.
Do you like how he used his connection to the Mystery Labyrinth to change the lighting so that he would look scarier?
Having detectives snoop around everywhere was a nuisance.
Then why were you, like, facilitating us doing that?
That's why. I made them disappear.
He wished us into the cornfield? I guess this could be the cornfield. Yeah, I buy that.
You'll pay for this. Talking to a mystery phantom might be pointless, but I swear you'll regret this.
Dude, he's bleeding. You are literally the worst detective. It's genuinely shocking that you've survived this long. And, like, the only way that could possibly be true is through, like, an unrelenting parade of plot armor against every possible reasonable outcome for every previous case and every decision we've ever made.
You are evil incarnate!
That's such a needlessly dramatic overstatement.
You used the WDO and slaughtered criminals like animals! You even killed my friends! For all the crimes you've committed, I'll bury your soul here!
I'm not sure that's any of those
I
words.
didn't expect to hear something so valiant from the likes of you. Tell me, do you really think you can do this? You're nothing but an empty shell of a man.
Scaramouche. Look, it says, he was so incompetent he actually makes me miss Date. That in and of itself should be considered a war crime. He's not. He's literally doing what he thinks is right. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, it's definitely possible for someone to do what they think is right and be a villain. But, like, I don't know. Yeah, it's so hard for me to even comment on this because Yuma's just so stupid.
Don't give me that! I'll...
Just saying, should have got me. Not saying anything about seeing the blood is making me scream. Oh man, I can't, like, literally, as this week has progressed since we had that whole incident at the end of last week's stream, where I was, like, annoyed about it then, and by, like, Wednesday of this week, I was just, like, seething. I'm like, it just doesn't make any sense! It's so insulting to the intelligence of anyone who even remotely cared about this game up till that point. It's just, it's like textbook gaslighting. They're like, oh, you never thought the blood was weird, did you? Like, well, no, I mean, I did, but then you told me it was normal. And they're like, I know, I fooled you. And it's like, no, you set the parameters of your own fictional world, and you did them in a way that deliberately misinformed the player so that there was no reasonable chance that they could deduce the significance of that detail. And the game's like, yeah, I fooled you so good.
Master, don't let him egg you on. It's a trap.
Nego, Nego, go back and watch it. She almost literally says that's completely normal. Like, I know you think you're making a joke, but that's essentially what the game... Like, they flash back to the scene, and, like... It's in the first, like, Nailman murder in the clock tower, and Yuma's, like, freaking out because there's, like, a body in front of him, and he's like, is this normal? And she's like, yeah, this is totally normal. And that's literally the only time in the whole game it's ever commented on. And they're like, oh man, I thought there was something weird all along. And you're like, no, you didn't. Because you asked one time and then Shinigami lied and then we never brought it up again. Not a single person.
There's something off about this mystery phantom. He doesn't seem normal.
The servants call me Dummy Thick.
Oh, you mean about the blood right now? I mean, yeah, that's also... I mean, like, she reacted to it, but, like... As much as I don't like some of the specific aspects of Shinigami's character, like the weird misogyny that they, like, baked into this psychotic demon character, like... The like, weird, inconsistent ineptitude on her part is really confusing. Like, if she was always playing, like, feigning ignorance because she wanted to play some, like, part of, like, a quasi-damsel in distress or something to, like, impress or flirt with Yuma or something, it would be really stupid, but I would at least, like, understand it. But, like, the fact that, like, half the time she berates him for, like, not making, like, massive logical leaps where they're not appropriate, and, like, half the time, like, just doesn't say anything or help when, like, circumstances are dire or critical, like... I just can't get a handle on, like, what her motivation is at any point. Like, it's genuinely not even consistently clear whether she wants everyone to die or if she has some sense of justice or what. Like, I just have no grasp on what this character's deal is, and the game's almost over, and she's one of the game's most central characters. So, like, yeah, it's, like, kind of consistent with her poorly written character that she wouldn't say anything dramatic to point out how this guy's clearly not a mystery phantom. But, like, in fairness, I guess Yuma's supposed to be a detective, and he's just a pet rock with googly eyes on it.
Huh? What do you mean?
Why is this happening? That rock has value, you could throw it at least. Yuma's not that big, you could throw him.
What is this?
The people of Kanai Ward! They're all mystery phantoms! There's too many of them! I've never seen anything like this!
I feel like the quantity of mystery phantoms should technically be irrelevant as long as you're actually able to solve the mystery.
All of them?
That line of reasoning never ceases to at least give me a chuckle, ditto. The old Ryan George, this might as well be happening.
Kanai Ward must remain shrouded in mystery, for everyone here to live in peace. Even they haven't realized they are homunculi yet. No. They must never know. It would be too cruel a fate. Their very existence is this city's mystery.
They are the mystery?
Take a good look. Aren't they pitiable?
Say goodbye to these, Michael.
You're labeled as defective and must continue to live in a land without sun.
I feel like that's a disingenuous description. It's not the fact that... It's not being labeled as defective that's offensive to them. It's not like some weird class or caste system, like, disparagement. It's the fact that they're unable to live as the people that they think they are is the problem. Because if they were to venture outside the city, they would immediately go insane with rage anywhere outside of, like, London or Seattle or the Arctic Circle, I guess. Like, this just, like, makes a weird, like, inaccurate sounding comparison. As if, like, the problem was something completely different from what it really has been clearly established to be the whole time.
You made them that way!
Look at how many reasoning death matches we're in for. I tell you what, if we even pretend we're doing that, we will not finish this game.
To protect them!
To protect the world from devastation. To unite all people within Kanai Ward.
All of this was to protect them.
Well, look at his fun new mask.
Do you
Dude's,
understand
like, definitely hexadecimal.
how much I've endured for them?
About tree fitty?
I've committed atrocities to keep them fed. If any died, they were swiftly taken to the abandoned village.
It's weird to have previously taken, like, a stance of moral superiority about everything he's done for Kanai Ward, and then to say point blank that he committed atrocities to make this happen.
When anyone asked about the color of their blood, I said it was caused by the rain.
And, of course, is there some inherent trait to homunculi that makes them dumber? Because, like, I complained about this last week, too. But the whole notion that, like, someone was just like, oh, we put chemicals in the rain that changed the color of your blood. Like, even if I, as a person who lives in that town, accept that statement to be true, I am absolutely not okay with it, and it definitely doesn't end that line of questioning. It would be like, okay, but why did you do that, and stop?
This is all for their sake! I did it for them! They're outcasts from this world who can only survive within a cage of rain!
Rain Cage. Now I finally get the title. Nope, that's something else.
Master, don't start feeling sorry for phantoms. We're still inside the mystery labyrinth.
Oh, hey, Ditto. Do you like that line? Do you like that line of dialogue where Shinigami not only isn't calling attention to the fact that the quote-unquote mystery phantom is bleeding and thus almost definitely not a mystery phantom, but instead is playing along with this ruse for some horrifying reason?
If you can't solve the mystery, you'll be absorbed by the labyrinth and your soul will vanish.
I'm really starting to think that that is the favorable outcome. That's the good end of this game. Much like World's End Club and the meteor shower ending.
I know. I've already made up my mind. I will expose the truth.
I'll take that animated gif of what I'm interpreting to be an incredibly angry raccoon with a flaming background to be that you approve of that course of action, Ditto.
Oh!
Oh, cool.
Master's mystery phantom is back?
This must be a mystery phantom created from your reluctance.
Ugh. Oh, sorry, this game's making me tired and also stupid.
My reluctance? What good will come from solving mysteries?
My reluctance is very tall and merciless.
Who would be made happy by this? Shut up! How many people have died because of the mysteries I've solved?
I also hate this thread of the game. I feel like maybe if you were smart and careful, you could make an interesting plot out of like the ethics of like necessarily solving crime, that like maybe sometimes it's better for the truth not to come out.
Too long, and none of it sounds true at all.
But like, because this game is like all framed around like murderers and frequently like serial murderers, like it's really hard to argue like, wouldn't we be better off if we let all the murderers run free without any consequences?
He's getting bigger!
It's due to your uncertainty.
Why must mysteries be exposed? Why can't you just leave them alone?
Just murder all mysteries or whatever.
I didn't belong in this city in the first place.
Like, honestly, like, if you did a game that was, like, along the lines of Lamplight City, where, like, you have multiple cases and you can kind of choose in what way you close those cases, and, like, maybe getting, like, better story or, like, character endings based on, like, not necessarily solving mysteries, like, that might be a way to have this kind of plot thread and have it be meaningful and interesting. But, like, I just think this game does a terrible job of trying to make this interesting.
Master!
It's true. I still don't know what's right.
But I will fight. I'll fight against my uncertainty. I won't let any mystery phantom deceive me. If you've draped this city in mystery, then I will unveil it with the truth.
Where'd his eye go?
Really? You think you've got what it takes?
Well said, Master.
But what mystery do I even solve here?
There's still one unanswered question.
Is there, or is this going to be something that we figured out, like, a year ago?
He's talking way too long,
It's
and
about
none of it
him.
sounds true at all.
You still haven't confirmed his true identity.
Ooh, Makoto? That's true. I still don't know who he really is. I've never seen the face beneath his mask.
You're right. I have to figure out who he is. Thank you, Shinigami.
It's my job to keep you relying on me, Master.
That doesn't make any sense, but is somehow probably depressingly true.
You've got quite a capable assistant, oh mighty detective. I hope she doesn't end up becoming your burden.
Just stop. There's no need for the truth.
You can't handle the truth, etc., etc.
The truth isn't needed in this city.
Let's do some deep cleaning on that stupid-looking, oversized trash.
Again with that? Come on. Okay, Shinigami. Let's lay it all out.
What are we doing now? Okay, not what I expected, but sure. This might as well happen. What's the sword button, X? I'm begging you to color code your buttons, Nintendo. What is Makoto? Well, that's easy enough.
Nice! Nice! Keep that up! Nice! Keep that up!
He's Homo calculus, the mathematical type of human being. Pose. Now, hearts! Like it says, I like that the first word we could see on the pinup pirate was ho. I feel like that's definitely deliberate. It says, normally I tear up at scenes like these, but this is so bad I am not tearing up.
Desperate to defend Kanai
That is
Ward
correct.
is
That is
because
how
you're
that should
also
go.
a homunculus. That's why the blood you shed earlier was pink.
Oh my god. So, you noticed the blood, and you noticed that it was pink, and you had to think really hard about the fact that he was a homunculus, even though we spent just, like, an absolutely stupefying amount of time obsessing over the pink blood thing at the end of the last stream. God almighty.
The color of your blood proves it.
Scroll.
Makoto Kagutsuchi, you are a
Oh no.
homunculus.
Welcome to the stream, funny godmother. How's it going? Woe to all who enter this place. The ending of Raincode, or what we suspect is rapidly approaching the ending of Raincode. Fear not the spoilers. Knowing what's going on will only make your life worse. Sarah says, I hope he goes, duh. Me too, that'd be fun.
No, stop.
Oh god, seriously?
If you expose anything else.
Just finished watching Pokemon Concierge for the second time and it is still perfect. I mean, I'm definitely glad that we have like a whole Pikachu episode for you. I mean, I'm sure that you would like it regardless. but I just feel like that was that was just for you.
You will only be hurting yourself. Huh?
You're so close. Come on. You're within reach of my mask.
Where was Makoto born? Not the World Detective Organization. Not the Amaterasu Lab. This one.
This is the answer.
See, I actually knew that one because we had evidence and stuff. He's the successful homunculus.
You saved Kanai Ward during the
Atlanta.
Black Lake mystery, and you are able to move about unaffected by sunlight.
So, like, yeah, I mean, this game is, like, so horrendously bad that, like, it would not completely surprise me if the answer was just, like, Atlanta, Georgia. And it's just like, there was no evidence of that. And also, this is clearly a fictional world that isn't our own. And the game would just be like, yeah, Atlanta, Georgia.
Which means you're not a defective homunculus.
Mm-hmm. What else?
3 years ago, right before you came to Kanai Ward, a homunculus escaped from the UG's research facility.
Now, it actually strains credibility to me that with just a small amount of prompting, Yuma suddenly understood all of this, considering that, like, not only is he normally insanely stupid, but, like, also that, like, we've seen him struggle with things that have been, like re-explained ad nauseum over the past just, like, couple of hours.
It was the only perfect homunculus specimen. That's what you are!
Yes, keep going.
He's gonna get a big head that his mask won't fit on.
If you just go a bit further.
Makoto's DNA is based on... I'm pretty sure...
Damn it! Then how about this?
Yep, number one.
The perfect homunculus was based on the DNA of the WDO's
No, that's true.
number
That one we
one.
literally have knowledge of. The question is whether the game will acknowledge that we are also supposed to be number one. And it will be the worst plot twist, maybe, of all time. Zero Time Limit is really bad. It's really bad, but the fact it's in the same sentence is not good.
Therefore, you must be the homunculus of number one, Makoto Kagutsuchi!
He's a copy of number one?
That face is not okay. Nah, it just needs a little moisturizer. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Sure, do you remember the show Reboot, the cartoon Reboot? I don't know if you ever watched any of that. This guy, he's basically just hexadecimal. It's all masks all the way down.
He doesn't look like the number one we saw, so maybe his youth was restored when he became a homunculus.
Oh, sure,
If you
that's how
looked
that works.
Just like number one, it'd be easy for you to manipulate the WDO from the shadows. That's how you procure dangerous criminals as food for the homunculi here, isn't it?
I see. Number one. So that's my identity, huh?
Yeah, this guy's normal. Nobody worry about this.
Right. Things are turning out as I expected.
I mean, what we know about the defective homunculi is that they're the same age as the person that the DNA sample was extracted from. It's possible that the unified government's version of homunculus works differently, but for some reason I expect no, that's probably not true. Of course you remember Reboot. I wasn't sure if it was after your time, because I feel like... I don't know. I feel like it was in a time frame where I feel like you might not have watched it, but, like, we were talking about it before, and, like, this whole game, this character's been wearing these, like, weird, spooky Mike Wazowski masks. And then, like, during this weird confrontation we're having in this parallel reality of mysteries, don't worry, literally don't think about any of this. He just keeps putting on, like, different colored masks with different scary faces on them. He's just hexadecimal.
It's so refreshing when things go as you plan.
Planned?
So you're saying you love it when a plan comes together. See, I can make even more obscure TV references if you need them.
But it's not over yet. You're still not done. You still haven't seen it!
My
What's
face!
with him? No matter how many mysteries I solve, it doesn't faze him.
This game has such a weird way of conceiving of mysteries and solving mysteries. You, like, deduced a single point of logic. That's not solving a mystery.
Master, I'm sorry, but this could be really bad.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
I think she accidentally just read, like, the end of the script in the recording booth and was like, oh, I'm actually worried that this will not be a good game. I think that's what that line was just now.
Something strange about this phantom. There's still something more to him.
Who's you gonna call? And there's something strange in your mystery phantom.
What is he hiding? It
His
just
face?
feels off.
He's hiding his face. He's got a mask on?
For now, let's figure it all out. Concentrate, Master!
So the guy finally gonna tell us the person in front of us is not a phantom? No, I think that if neither one of us has stated it so far, that neither one of these characters is meant to have figured it out. Spot selection. Identify what feels out of place. I'm gonna say... I mean, my inclination is to say the solution blade, which no one other than us is supposed to have. I don't feel like it's his jacket. I honestly don't know what the game is driving at here. Clearly the one strand of hair. Yeah, it is pretty weird, right? I feel like it's not a good sign that I know exactly what the answer to this is. And looking at the video game's prompt, I don't know what they're asking me. Oh my god, is it that he shouldn't bleed? Is that it? Is the game so far behind us that it's like, wait a minute, like 30 full minutes ago I should have noticed that phantoms don't bleed? Is that what we're doing? I'm gonna be so mad, but you're probably right. Like, that's literally so stupid, it's hard for me to conceive of that being the correct answer.
Here.
God, I think that means that's right.
Yeah, that is a suspicious spot.
You literally said yourself before that he was bleeding. You had to have been aware of that already. That's literally not new information. Even if there was a delayed reaction to him understanding the gravity of the person in front of him bleeding, he already acknowledged that it was happening. That you can't suddenly be like, wait a minute, ghosts don't bleed. He is like the worst detective. I like cannot stress this enough.
Speaking of which, that wound, why is he still bleeding?
Why is he still bleeding? Why is he still bleeding? What do you mean, why is he still bleeding? Why would the duration of the bleeding make any difference?
All the other mystery phantoms I struck with the solution blade never bled like this.
Yeah, so if they didn't bleed at all, why does it matter that it took longer than you expected? What are you talking about?
So, why?
He's not a mystery phantom.
Huh?
My god. Remember that line, like, a few minutes ago? When Makoto was like, I sure hope Shinigami isn't your burden. This is what it looks like for Shinigami to be your burden.
I'm sure of it. He wasn't created by the Mystery Labyrinth.
That's the real Makoto?
Took you long enough to figure that out? Oh, mighty detective.
I mean, I don't care for the condescending tone, but at the same time, absolutely valid.
How did you enter the Mystery Labyrinth?
I'm getting bored of all this talk. Let's finish things.
You know, Vivia Twilight had it right. I hope to die someday.
Next time, I'll come at you full force. This will decide Kanai Ward's fate.
Anyway, says, did you
Talking
just...
way too long, and none of it sounds true at all.
Anyway, says, did you just figure this out, Shinigami? No, I think the implication is that she figured it out when she made that weird mutter earlier, and then just like decided to withhold that information for an absurdly long amount of time again. She just keeps doing it, and it gets worse every time. Nico's officially rooting for Makoto. That's fair. Critwitch says, promise Makoto, put us out of our misery. Yeah, I think we're all Team Makoto now, right? Like, listen, he's like a psychopath, identity thief, homunculus, murder monster who made an industry out of turning, like, prisoners into food. But, like, I don't think he's the villain of this piece, is the problem that I have with this game.
Only one of us will leave here alive.
I hope it's not Yuma.
Tell me your answer!
Master, you can't just go take a swing at him. We're inside the mystery labyrinth, so you have to solve mysteries.
God, this
What
game is
mysteries?
terrible.
How a living person could make it inside here? You just might defeat him by answering that question.
All right, I'll
Just
try.
wait, not enough time to have that conversation. How do you enter the mystery labyrinth? Coalescence.
This is it.
I assume it was that instead of Shinigami's power only because Shinigami was surprised to see him here.
Only those who have signed a pact with Shinigami can enter the Mystery Labyrinth. But there are exceptions. As the one who made the pact, those whose hands I've held with my coalescence can also enter the Mystery Labyrinth.
What's kind of annoying, and maybe they're going to try and do something clever here, but I think that's giving them too much credit. We've gone, like, seemingly the entire duration of the game without genuinely explaining whether coalescence is a forte or part of the Death Pact until this line of dialogue where we suddenly decided that it's part of Shinigami's power. I'm not even convinced that's accurate.
Master, when did you use coalescence with him?
Well, that's the strange part. I've never used coalescence with him. He doesn't have any ability I'd want to borrow to begin with.
Wow, okay, so everyone's just like an object to you, huh? You only think of people in terms of what abilities they have to advance your life, eh, Yuma? A lousy way to live. Quick, Makoto, kill him!
Then how?
Let's see if you can overcome that mystery!
Okay, who's coalescence? Oh boy. Makoto.
This is it!
I didn't use coalescence, and yet Makoto was able to enter the Mystery Labyrinth. So, Makoto used coalescence on me? He has the same power?
Oh, that's almost clever. Ditto points out this is why he made us, like, hold his hand to get over that pipe. That moment they made, like, a weird amount of fuss over, despite it, like, not being important at the time. Yeah, probably true. There's a universe in which that's kind of a cool moment here. It would have required the game to do good, though, unfortunately.
That's right. You got it. I used coalescence on you earlier.
So, again, this makes it feel more like coalescence is a forte and not part of the Death God Pact. Even though we just finally tried to explain... Like, did Yuma just, like, grasp at straws to have one more chance to be wrong about this while still solving the mystery? He is insufferable.
We should turn off the alarm before we celebrate our reunion. Aren't you worried about Kurumi's body?
I plead the fifth. I don't want to answer that question.
Here. Lend me a hand. I said, lend me a hand. And then you did.
He's going to be all right.
That was when you allowed me to activate coalescence.
But why are you able to use it? That power belongs to Shinigami.
That's where you're mistaken. Coalescence isn't Shinigami's power.
Huh?
Coalescence is the forte of the World Detective Organization's #1.
Oh my god, I'm so surprised.
#1? number one's forte? What do you mean? If it's not Shinigami's power, then how can I use it?
The worst. I don't know which of the two of these is the worst, but collectively they're the worst.
Shinigami? Why aren't you saying anything? What are you hiding?
Because says you didn't even understand that his forte was his own forte. Yeah. Isn't that annoying? I mean, I don't even recall Shinigami being, like, outright misleading about that, which is this game's favorite trick to, like, try and fool the player into reaching the wrong conclusion. But, like, everything about the way that Coalescence behaves has made me think it was a forte the entire time. I mean, like, yes, a moment ago I was like, the game hasn't made it clear, but my point was more that my feeling was strongly that it was a forte, but the game had never taken a strong stance that I could recall. Shinigami, right? Yeah.
I can't say. I promised.
Promised?
What's wrong? It's the end for you if you can't figure this out. I will end you!
Alright.
Master, watch out!
You could just sidestep that.
Why am I able to use number one's forte? Why would Shinigami hide that from me? Wait, could it be?
The worst revelation. Here it comes.
Memories?
Oh my god, you're so stupid.
That must mean my true identity is...
You didn't need to answer correctly to sidestep that. That wasn't necessary.
Perfect homunculus was based on the DNA of the WDO's number one.
I know that all of you were worried that we
must
couldn't
be
recap or reiterate
homunculus of
more.
Number one, Makoto Kagutsuchi!
That flashback is for you. Considering how relatively featureless our face is, it's not like a super great visual reveal. I mean, like, the irises are unique and the eye color's a little weird for an anime, but not extremely weird.
Impossible.
But it just, like, doesn't read as well as I feel like they expected that to read. Why doesn't he have our pretty hair? You think the question mark bowl cut is the pretty hair, Sarah? We have his pretty hair. That sounds more like what I would have expected.
So you finally reached the conclusion. Behold, the truth that you've been seeking all along. You are number one from the WDO, and I'm the homunculus created from your DNA. I'm number one of the World Detective Organization? That's why I can also use your coalescence.
And then they hold hands, and then they kiss. And it's not weird because it's the same person. Nope. Nope, that's wrong.
Even this solution blade was obtained with this power. But on the video feed, number one looks like an old man.
See, that actually, the old man thing is a stupid point because, like, they just set up an imposter to maintain the illusion. Something, I don't care, it doesn't matter. But how, if the Death God power isn't a forte, why would Coalescence work on it, necessarily?
That was a double. You're the one who put him there. Throughout the history of the WDO, those who become number one have rarely shown their faces to the public.
Yeah, that's not surprising. Sarah says, isn't it weird that the hair color is different? No, actually, it turns out that was the main purpose of the homunculi research. They wanted, like, people wanted to be able to clone themselves, but with specifically the hair color of their choosing. That was the actual origin of all this. It wasn't anything to do with the zombie army or science or whatever. People just wanted a better solution to having nicer hair. Can you believe that? Super weird.
They all had many enemies, making it problematic to be seen. It's standard protocol for directors to have doubles.
Doubles who look like old men when they're like 12-year-old boys.
And that old man was your double.
This is the hair color difference was due to the rain. It changed color, like the blood. Stupid. Stupid, but apt.
Wait, what about me being a detective in training? Chief Yako said he investigated my background.
So it says also his forehead is huge. Yeah, why do you think we went for the bowl cut?
But a detective in training was also summoned.
That's very good. Demolition says maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's homunculi.
Detective in training?
That's you, Yuma. Looks like you've been working toward being a detective at the WDO.
I gotta say, we've technically put clues in place for this to be factually plausible, but like, for like the millionth time, I don't think this game has earned this being any sort of interesting revelation. I mean, like, who else was he gonna be? Like, we didn't leave any possibility for anything else interesting to happen. So, like, once we reached this point, he pretty much, like, had to be us. And also, I haven't really thought or talked much about this, but does it seem to anyone else like a condemnation of this game's, like, entire, like, game mechanical system? That, like, almost none of this final dungeon uses, like, the normal solution key stuff? There's, like, some reasoning deathmatch. There's, like, a sprinkling of the pinup pirate thing. But, like, we don't use very many solution keys. We're not doing a lot of, like, normal reasoning. We just, like, switched over to, like, these weird, cheap, rapid-fire QuickTime events where they get to, like, fudge the rules of clues and whatnot, so they could just, like, have information come out at whatever rate they want instead of actually having to write the plot in a way that advances normally. Like, does it seem problematic to anyone else that this dungeon is just completely different in a game that already has, like, no game mechanics?
You may be part of the organization, but you haven't earned your stripes just yet.
That's savage. Sarah says, I like that he could have chosen any name and he picked Yuma Cocoa Head.
It's true that there is a trainee detective by the name of Yuma Cocohead.
Did we eat him in utero or something?
It's also a fact that he was summoned to the Amaterasu Express.
Then...
You swapped places with the person named Yuma.
I... swapped with him?
It seems he also
Weirdly
came to
intimate,
Kanai
right?
Ward. I'm sure you've met with him several times.
So... I'm not Yuma? Then the real Yuma Cocohead...
I'll give you this one game. I don't think I know what you're talking about. Who gave up their identity as Yuma Cocoa Head? Well, it's not us. We know that for sure. It's definitely not Shinigami. I don't even know why that's an option. Hey, Sniper Just, welcome to the stream. You are, in fact, here. I mean, it's maybe not entirely outside the realm of possibility, but it doesn't seem like it's Kurumi Wendy. Maybe? I don't know. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. I extremely doubt it's Yomi. It's not Martina Electro. It's not an old man who's never been in this city. Oh my god. It's the weird buck-toothed ramen stand owner, isn't it? Because, like, why else did he get that weird scene in the game? That's unbelievably stupid. I feel my bones crushing under the gravity of how stupid this is about to be. I really like this sound effect. Remix! Who's Mr. Monobrow? Sir, not appearing in this film.
Was the man who kept running from me?
Kept running from you? You saw him one time and were like, I should ask him a question. And then he went to his job and then you never saw or spoke to him again. What do you mean he kept running from you? How does the game have the capacity to keep getting dumber?
That's correct. You are #1 of the WDO after all. He's quit his job as a detective and opened up a food stand in Kanai Ward. He's the real trainee detective, Yuma Cocohead. You concealed your true identity and used him as a means to enter Kanai Ward.
Can you explain why I'm a 12-year-old boy?
You knew you'd lose your memories signing the pact with Shinigami, and you couldn't just enter as #1. Even though your face isn't known, your cover could be blown if you use your forte.
But we did. We used our forte a bunch of times. And even the other detectives didn't know what that meant.
That's why you disguised yourself as the trainee. And, of course, you ensured he would keep it a secret as well.
How? We didn't kill him.
That's how we switched places? That's just my theory, anyway. Our minds
God.
work the same way, after all. I'm sure we would come up with the same plan.
What is the point of any of this again?
However, I'm sure he didn't expect you to come to Kanai Ward after swapping places.
Ow. What? What are you talking about? Like, I think I literally understand, but that doesn't make sense. So he's saying, like, before any of this happened, before we had any idea that we were going to investigate Kanai Ward and infiltrate it and all that nonsense, this guy just, like, said, hey, I'm retiring to Kanai Ward because I want to make ramen for homunculi. And we're like, yeah, but, like, can you give me your identity first? And, like, he didn't think there was anything weird about that. And then he did think it was weird that he, like, saw us ever again.
He arrived late on the original 5th car heading to Kanai Ward.
What? What? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean, though?
Though a trainee, he's still a detective. He must have been wondering what happened after your agreement.
What are you actually talking about?
But because of his promise to #1, he couldn't tell anyone about the situation.
No, that doesn't make sense. You're trying to have this two ways, and they're both, like, catastrophically, like, disparate and stupid. They can't both be true. He can't have come here knowing that he needed to lie about his identity, like, through the blockade that, like, nobody, and especially not detectives, were supposed to go through, but then, like, be surprised that detectives would end up in Kanai Ward. Those things can't both be true. It can either be the case that he, like, came here because he just wanted to sell ramen and, like, was shocked that people were trying to investigate the town, or that he made an agreement so that someone else could use his identity to infiltrate the town as a trainee. Like, they cannot both be true. That doesn't make any sense. At the start of the stream, Angel said, you know, I think I'm still gonna miss this game after everything we've been through. And Angel just said, I take it back. I won't miss this game.
So all he could do was watch from afar.
This makes so little sense that it might be the dumbest thing that's happened so far.
Is that why he always fled when he saw me?
That literally happened, like, once. Did that? Just, like, I swear to God. Sometimes as streamer, I'm focused on other stuff, and I will miss details. Like, this happens. Does anyone remember seeing this character more than one time? I swear we have only had, like, one interaction with him. And Yuma keeps acting like this has happened over and over again. Like, this is some major thing we should care about.
He must have been relieved seeing you get along with the other detectives.
Why would that be a relief?
So he decided to make a living in this town using the special talents listed on his profile.
cook it.
I reviewed your profile in the WDO records, and it turns out you have a phenomenal ability.
An ability? So I do have some sort of special power too?
The response from chat more or less amounts to two answers. People either being like, I literally don't remember this character at all, or no, it happened one time. It says it was 2 times but one event. That's true, because we followed him like down an alley and then we saw him at the place. I assume that's what you're thinking of. That's what I remember too. It's like there was a point where like we were investigating some non-lead because the game just needed the plot to advance. And we were like, maybe that one guy over there is the answer to the mystery. And then, like, we followed him for, like, 10 feet, and then we saw him making ramen, and we're like, we'll never speak of this again.
Your record claims that you're a great cook. Would you mind making us breakfast from now on?
And it turns out that number 1 does not have that skill. His skill is coalescence. It's not make food good.
That's the truth. You realized I was number 1? Are you really shocked? Naturally, I knew at first sight.
Well, yeah, I mean, if he's a homunculus of you, it would be pretty easy for him to identify you, I think, duh. E2 Tambien, please, I hope to die someday.
Because you and I have the same face.
I've never actually watched the movie Face Off. Is it basically this? Is it the worst movie that's ever been made?
I'd hoped for a more heartfelt moment when I finally met my original.
Why? No one's motivation in this game has ever made sense.
But that wasn't the case. I suppose that's because I knew you were a threat to Kanai Ward.
Hey, wait. Is it Shinigami's Death Pact or Coalescence that makes our cape do this? I mean, if we're really gonna murder all mysteries, can we at least explain that?
If you knew, why didn't you do something about it? Why let us just roam free?
Like I said, see, this is why Vivian Twilight is the best character. He understood that death was the best. I'll give you that that sort of suggests that Vivian Twilight is the most capable detective because he figured out that the only way to win is to not be alive in Kanai Ward.
As I said, you were useful to me until Yomi was dealt with. But more importantly,
God, I can't
was
tell you how
waiting
stupid
for
that
this
is.
moment.
I was waiting for a moment like this. No, that's nothing.
Waiting?
So that's someone's butt. I mean, there's like a whole marble statue over there. I don't think we're focused on the butt. Oh, I see the butt you're looking at. That's the shoulder joint. That's like a big shoulder. Hang on. It'll be clearer if I disappear for a second. Which I think is also kind of the way that this game works. Hold on. See over there? That's Shinigami, and there's kind of like a head. Because this is a console game, I can't use my cursor to point this out. But, like, literally between Yuma's head and the bottom of Shinigami's body is a shoulder joint. But if you look at it, it's like a magic eye picture of someone's whole butt. I could totally see that. I mean, it's one of those things that, like, now you know the two things it is. You can kind of choose what it is. And now it's just a big old butt, frankly. I mean, we all know this.
To confront you here within the mystery labyrinth.
What do you mean?
I wish for you to vanish forever inside the labyrinth.
I mean, like, you could just kill us or what. Like, this guy doesn't really understand how to get anything done. He's, like, also supposed to be the smartest person in the world. And he, like, doesn't realize that he lives in, like, a fascist city-state where he could just shoot us dead in the middle of the street and tell everyone that their blood is pink and that's cool. Like, he doesn't have to work this hard to get rid of us. Particularly because, like, we didn't know who we were until he told us. Like, he just easily could have taken advantage of the situation and just, like, easily betrayed us. Like, there's no need for any of this to have happened the way that it did.
If you vanish into the mystery labyrinth, I won't have to kill you directly.
Who cares?
Which completes my perfect crime. Just like how you killed those other criminals.
Oh, please don't start with this again.
Perfect crime?
Could just let us drown in our submarine. Yeah, I mean, we just keep blowing the submarine up. Like, that seems like a pretty perfect crime. Listen, when you, like, own and control the entire town, the definition of perfect crime is, like, a lot wider than it otherwise would be. You really don't have to work this hard.
With the original gone, I will become the real one.
No one cares.
I will become both the CEO of Amaterasu Corporation and #1 of the World Detective Organization. I'll be invincible! That was your goal all along? Exactly. I'll let you enter both the restricted area and this mystery labyrinth.
Okay.
Using Coalescence to come here was part of my plan. All so I can kill you here!
Then don't help us solve the mystery. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Anime. That feels like that's a slam dunk start to the plan. Is maybe don't be a James Bond villain and like monologue and explain all of the things that your opponent is like genuinely much too stupid to understand.
You think you can take over the world or something? I swear every final boss is the same.
Shinigami, you're like so not in a position to talk or complain about anything.
Oh, not at all. With the WDO under my control, there would be no need for anyone to keep sticking their nose in our business. The mystery of Kanai Ward will forever remain a secret. I only have one wish.
Is it for more wishes?
To protect the citizens of this city.
From devastation?
For the homunculi of Kanai Ward to live in peace.
And love. This guy's definitely Team Rocket. You can't tell me he's not Team Rocket. Listen to the way he talks.
I'll do anything to accomplish that. I don't care what I must sacrifice. I will protect Kanai Ward. And you will die here.
Delicious offers all you want for Christmas is Yuma. Somehow I don't think that song will be as popular.
Your death is necessary for Kanai Ward's peace. To this city, you are the real evil, detective.
From my point of view, the Jedi are evil.
If you expose the truth, many people will suffer. I won't let you do that just to satisfy your ego. No matter how hard you try to destroy this peaceful world, I'll fight back using your own brain against you. Homunculi may not be human, but they have the right to live too.
I really, like, I feel like the only way to even remotely have a satisfying ending is for him to say crap like, I'm going to use your own brain against you, and then sort of realize the fact that this entire game has demonstrated that Yuma is, like, the dumbest fictional character of all time. So, like, the ultimate clash between them is just, like, a stupid slap fight.
I won't let anyone take that away, even if you are #1 of the WDO!
Sorry, but your plan isn't gonna work. I won't let you kill Master in this labyrinth. The real one won't just stand by, no matter what the imposter is plotting.
I don't know, did you see how big the monster made out of my doubt was or whatever? Ah, my eyes. They've been affected by, like, Final Fantasy blindness status.
If this is the truth I've been seeking all this time, maybe I should sacrifice myself here.
Oh my god, just... Vivia, save me!
If what he said is true, it sounds like I'm the one threatening the peace in this city.
Okay, rule number 1, don't just assume that your opponent is telling you the truth if they're saying something that clearly benefits them and they don't have hard evidence.
You're finally starting to get it. Yes, that's the truth. You are a threat, trying to destroy this wonderful world.
What are you saying?
You discarded your pride as a detective and made a pact with a death god to go around killing people.
It's like the whole last chapter didn't happen. Yeah. Yep.
You are dangerous. If you're not stopped, you will destroy all of Kanai Ward. That's why I must defeat you, to protect this city!
At this point, we could have resolved this like 8 times by now. Even if we insisted on having the real number one understand his identity after all of this.
He's wrong, Master! You don't need to listen to anything he says!
I've reaped the souls of many criminals. I told myself their sacrifices were necessary for others to be happy.
I'm not sure exactly what point you want to make here, Yuma, but you have to keep in mind that even if you're down on yourself for making this decision, which that's your prerogative, I'm not going to try and justify with some sense of pure morality that ending their lives was totally cool. He is also doing exactly the same thing. So, like, he's not morally superior to you because you did that, because he set up a whole corpse processing plant to accommodate all the murders he facilitated. That's a big number.
But by that logic...
Anyway, says this is the whole conflict you had about solving the last. Here's the problem. This has consistently been a problem for Yuma, but, like, the game always presented... Like, there basically has never been a real choice. The choice has always been to die or to reap souls and destroy the Mystery Labyrinth. It's not like we have some, like, hard mode option where we could choose to use, like, pure factual deduction to, like, solve a case and not cause someone to die without a trial or whatever. It's literally like someone points a gun at our head and will immediately kill us if we don't use the Mystery Labyrinth. And then once we're inside the Mystery Labyrinth, if you don't solve the mystery, you will definitely be trapped there until whatever form your soul takes is lost and or destroyed forever. So, like, it's just not a useful or interesting character dilemma, in my opinion, because there's never really been a choice. Like, what point is there in deliberating over it? Do you wish to immediately die? Yes or no? That's the whole choice every time.
If I disappeared, it would be a small price to pay to protect the city's happiness, right? Which
That's a
means
utilitarian
it's my
argument.
turn. I can't run away from this just because it's happening to me. I should be sacrificed for the sake of everyone else.
I also hate this because, like, the almost nominal amount of character development that Yuma has gone through during the course of this game is completely undermined by this being his knee-jerk reaction to this. Like, he like gradually became like a touch assertive, and then like the second he was presented with like an uncomfortable truth, he's like, "You're right, I should just be dead."
Wait, Master, remember what you promised! You said you'd never turn away from the truth!
That's right, but I saw the truth. I actually know what it is now.
And now that I do, I've realized something.
I would like you all to remember this, because this is important. We are supposedly number one, the most brilliant detective in the world, who is also fully in charge of the, like, extra governmental organization of law and justice in this world. We are also a simpering little child. This is why I was so preemptively upset about the reveal being that, like, we are in fact number one, even though they had been alluding to it, because it just doesn't make any sense.
If I expose the truth about this city and tell the world,
What will happen to Kurumi and the others?
That doesn't matter! We're in the middle of solving this mystery labyrinth!
It does matter! This is their problem. I may be an outsider, but this directly affects them. Will the Yuchi go after them again? Is there any way for them to live without persecution?
I mean, for one, if you care, you could just not tell people. But, like, also, I feel like a greater concern in this moment is, like, who precisely is this mystery labyrinth tied to? Earlier, Makoto made some vague allusion to the fact that, like, all of the people of Kanai Ward are the mystery. And if that's true, if we were to solve this mystery, do all the homunculi immediately drop dead through Shinigami's death god magic?
When I think about what's best, it's obvious I should sacrifice myself. Yes, that's the correct decision. Not as a detective, but as a human being. Doing that will allow the people of Kanai Ward to continue living in peace.
Do you like this nonsensically comical final stand we have, where we're, like, each standing on an artificially generated tiny, like, plateau, but, like, nothing interesting is happening? Okay, I love you. Bye-bye. Wait, does the Mystery Labyrinth have a digital C from Code Lyoko? What just happened? Oh, good. We're on the submarine again. I like to imagine that it got destroyed and reconstructed again.
I wanted to help someone.
It's just not a Vasco game until someone jumps off a cliff. I should be really troubled by the fact that that's 100% true somehow.
Help people.
Should have happened at least 2 chapters ago. I mean, arguably, this has been going on the entire game and just never resolved. You could say the resolution should have happened a while ago. But then, this thing that already doesn't make sense would not make sense in an additional way.
Have to remain here. For the good of everyone.
Why was
I
Vivia
love.
so happy to see us? It's actually really unsettling to look at. I should probably be paying more attention to the dialogue, but I just know it's stupid. He's like, oh my god, the One Piece was friendship all along, or whatever. Oh, I'm sorry, I have control of the game? No, I have control of the camera. Why do I have control of the camera and not the game? Is the game broken? Or is this reality? I think someone's gonna kick through that door. Shinigami? I have button control. I might as well save, I guess. Well, I can't. Never mind. I can't. It's annoying how frequently I can't save. Well, oh, okay. It just takes like several minutes of kicking.
You want to sacrifice yourself?
I don't want to press that button. Do whatever weird thing you're gonna do. I promise, whatever she's about to do is better than what happens if I press the B button. This is the sexiest wrestling match of all time. I guess I have to do this? Yeah, I really feel like this is maybe the thumbnail.
Don't just go deciding that on your own!
Yeah, what happens if I press wrong button? Do I take damage? Nah, this could be a cutscene, it just isn't.
I'm not going to let you!
Yep, this seems cool and normal. Listen, normally a guy's gotta pay for this, is all I'm saying.
You're shouldering
And now he's a
everything
vampire?
alone, and I've lost sight of who you are.
No, that tends to happen when you make a pact with a death god to trade your memory for a green balloon or something.
That makes you no better than him!
You try to kill yourself, I'll kill you first! Yeah. Also, hi, Arcadius.
You're not alone. You've got a kind, teasing, needy, adorable puppy partner by your side.
I didn't ask for this. I don't remember asking for your powers.
You may not remember, but I do! You needed me. I'll never forget the words of the old you, Master.
I guess it'd be cool if you helped me solve a mystery. Like, I hope it, like, really isn't dramatic at all. It's, like, super lackluster. I don't think old in terms of age. I think old, like, before he lost his memory or whatever.
I haven't seen a human in a while. Everyone's scared of me, so I've been stuck in the WDO library for as long as I can remember. So, you really want to form a pact with me? You don't look like you're in trouble or anything.
Let's just say I'm dealing with some special circumstances, and I need your help.
Oh, you want me that badly,
Where I'm going, the truth is suppressed, even when the mystery is solved. That's why I need you. You have a way to circumvent that.
Boy, this would make a whole lot more sense if the actual consequences of the Mystery Labyrinth ever made sense in the game.
You're really depending on me, huh?
No, I don't, like, my impression is that it's meant to be implied that this is, I mean, this is clearly us before making the pact, but, like, it's just Yuma. Like, I think it's just Yuma. I don't know why they're being coy about it, but I don't think that there's more reveal to be had here. He just looks like Yuma.
I may be cute.
And the different voice, I
I'm
think, is
still
supposed to be the
a
fact that
bad
he's
now.
competent.
You gotta pay a fitting price to make a pact with me.
Or at least confident, you know.
I know. If it means perfectly solving the world's mysteries, I don't mind selling my soul. Emotions must be discarded to reach a perfect solution through a perfect deduction. That is the detective's way.
I feel like the way we get out of this is that we have to, like, break the pact with Shinigami so that, like, that's the sacrifice we make, is we get our memory back and we're actually, like, a competent person and we defeat Makoto, and then in the end we, like, make a new pact with Shinigami and she, like, bends the rules so we keep our memory or something. That's my guess.
Oh, you've got a few screws in your head loose, don't ya? Why are you so hung up on solving mysteries anyway?
To make everyone happy, of course.
Huh?
I want to eradicate all unsolved mysteries from this world and bring happiness to everyone.
This guy really hates Robert Stack, am I right? No, only my mom gets that joke? Okay, that's fine.
Although it's a known fact that some
Unsolved
truths
mysteries,
are
no one?
cruel
Okay.
in nature. But exposing the truth to make everyone happy is the perfect solution in my mind.
Are you serious? What does that even mean?
I want to make a world where no one weeps while imprisoned by unsolved mysteries.
It's a weirdly specific choice of phrasing.
Is it really so strange to wish for that?
Why is he 12?
I want to eradicate all unsolved mysteries from this world and bring happiness to everyone.
Hey, someone shrank our mesa.
I said that?
When you found out someone created a homunculus of you, and that it was part of the great global mystery, you formed a pact with me to settle things with yourself.
Okay, so, like, I know that this is going to sound pointless to even ask, but I feel like I must ask. If Shinigami is physically capable of sharing this information with us, why withhold it for this long? Like, even if she was just being, like, a mischievous death god in the beginning, and she, like, didn't really trust or respect us, like, surely after, like, 4 cases or whatever, when she, like, pretended to care about us, she should have been like, hey, real talk. Like, even up to the point that we were, like, trying to, like, definitively state the identity of Makoto and ourselves and all that crap, like, 10 minutes ago, she was still basically like, can't say. And then she just did just now. Like, she told us stuff that, like, we still hadn't, like, been told from another source or figured out somehow. So she must be capable of sharing information that was taken in the past. So why hasn't she done it? Now, the reason I say it feels pointless to ask this is because we're talking about the same character who, like, was immediately aware of Makoto not being a mystery phantom and just, like, didn't say anything for, like, again, I don't know, 15 minutes or something.
That's the path you chose for your perfect solution. You even sacrificed your memories and your position as number one to make it happen. So my being here with you is proof of your relentless will! What's right or wrong can change depending on who you ask. There are infinite correct answers, but the truth is different. There's only one definite truth, and that's what's inside this mystery labyrinth. Whether it's correct or not is a separate issue that you can figure out after the mystery is solved. But right now, you have to expose the truth. Otherwise, nothing can be solved. If you give that up, then your life as a detective, everything you've done up to this moment, it'll all be for nothing. Master, you're not alone.
Again, this is really annoying to me because she spent the entire game getting mad at us if we ever tried to rely on other people. And also, the like other characters in the game also express that sentiment, suggesting that the game's overall mentality in its storytelling is that one has to rely solely on their own strength. It wasn't like this character choosing to make that decision and then later growing from it because they discover that they're wrong. The game has again kind of just been gaslighting us by being like, man, it's so stupid for people to work together to solve mysteries and help people. Now they're like, hey, you're not alone.
If you can't do it by yourself, then rely on me. Just like you always do.
Nico says, if number one's forte was so well known, why didn't a single master detective call out the fact that he had number one's forte? What's weird is, so Anime says, I don't think the others knew about number one's forte. But what's weird is Neko isn't wrong. The game implies that, like, the whole reason for him to take on Yuma Kokohead's identity is because his name and forte are too well known. Like, they specifically call out, like, the forte being, like, a giveaway. Like, as if people within the organization know it. Like it's My Hero Academia or something.
We may not be the best partners in the world, but we make a pretty good pair.
Of what?
So, don't call it quits by yourself.
Let's call quits together.
Exposing the truth to make everyone happy is the perfect solution. I'm not the old me anymore. There's no way I can do it, but... There is something I haven't given up on. I want to bring happiness to everyone. I believe that from the bottom of my heart. So, I'll keep solving mysteries. Happiness shrouded in mystery isn't real happiness.
Master!
Real happiness? Happiness not shrouded in mystery? You believe that could exist in Kanai Ward?
I see. He's a mystery phantom of you, not me. You think you can achieve this so-called perfect solution?
A copy couldn't accomplish it, but you think you can? Just because you're the original?
I don't think that's what he's saying at all. I feel like you're projecting right now.
You're an empty shell of a man who has lost his memories. Do you honestly think you can make everyone happy?
I'm by your side, Master.
I know, Shinigami. Let's expose these mysteries together. My memories in my past don't matter. I will solve it all as Yuma Kokohead!
Yeah, now that I'm saying it out loud, I do regret the choice to be Yuma Kokohead. Oh no, now it's the Matrix or whatever. Okay, if they're all just gonna join as one, why does it matter that there were so many of them to begin with? That's a weird transition. They just really wanted him to wear a raincoat because it's raincoat or something. I don't know. Saber says, makes me wonder sometimes how Makoto can hear him from that distance based on how far away he is. Now, we are in a metaphysical mystery labyrinth, but I do always love that joke. I know a couple of things have done that. Oh, good, it's a reasoning deathmatch. We probably have to go through that stupid, useless blue mode first where we don't get any solution keys, and I just don't care at all.
10 years ago, Amaterasu Corporation received a request from the UG to research
Oh, what the heck?
The UG planned to use these immortal synthetic humans for
Oh, I
military
absolutely
purposes.
hate this. I couldn't hate this more.
A massive amount of money was poured into the research, and Amaterasu and Kanai Ward developed quickly as a result. But the UG also set up their own research facility, which pit the two organizations against each other.
So I just hit all the text at him?
And 3 years ago, the UG facility finally succeeded in creating a homunculus. This was the birth of the homunculus based on the top detective of the WDO, #1. The first of its kind in the world. You, Makoto Kagutsuchi!
Remember what I said about the
Here I
game
go.
mechanics not mattering at all?
Can't lose. Duplicates?
Triplicates.
So this is the last stand, Well, the facts only matter to one of them, Master. So, find the real guy and throw the truth right in his face! Let's go!
Yeah, let's!
He's a perfect copy of you, and why doesn't he dodge? No idea. None of this matters. Just say Smith. Something broken? This
back
seems
down.
bonkers. I don't know. The whole game's kind of like that. I don't know.
Stay out of my way!
Does it matter?
Only successful specimen in existence.
I saw one
Your
holding a
creation
sword,
was
so I
the
hit that
root cause
one.
of the grand mystery this city got dragged into.
Why is he suddenly, like, incompetent? There's no reason for this.
To eradicate all unsolved mysteries from this world and bring happiness to everyone. As your clone, I want the same thing. And that's why I'll protect everyone in Kanai Ward. These pitiful homunculi didn't ask to be made, and neither did I. The Peacekeepers Yomi held the real power in Amaterasu. And upon
Why is this
hearing of the
happening?
UG facility's
Why does it just keep
successful
changing
experiment,
perspectives and none of the game
Amaterasu
mechanics matter?
panicked and extracted blood from all the residents of Kanai Ward to initiate Project Homunculus. The experiment failed, and the defective homunculi went berserk after exposure to sunlight, ravaging the city. This
You
is
know
the
there's going to be
blank
another
witch
deduction
mystery.
denouement for, like, no
You arrived at
reason.
the city during these events and tried to rectify things. You made the rain cloud generator to block out the sun and brought the people back to their senses. But the original residents had already been wiped out by then. The homunculi didn't remember anything from the blank week, returning to their lives thinking they were human. And the Yuji decided to exterminate Kanai Ward along with the defective homunculi.
This could have been a cutscene. It shouldn't have been, but it could have been. Just none of this should have been in the game, really.
Lose!
So much hair, so much shoulders. Hair and
Have to
shoulders.
defeat you! I have to
Why did he
save
dodge
everyone!
backwards when it made me press left to dodge? I guess that one's not X. I'm begging Nintendo to color code his buttons. It would
have
make
to
such a
defeat
big
you!
difference in a game like this. Like, I
have to
can't
save
emphasize
everyone!
enough how important color-coded buttons are to QuickTime events, especially when you give such a narrow window for him like this game does.
Go get him, Master!
Hey, it's like an almost clever use of the stupid God mode thing that we put in the game for seemingly no reason.
But when you found out about the UG's inhumane research, you blackmailed them to cover up the events of the Blank Week mystery.
Anime says it is a cutscene when you're from the Makoto perspective. If it wasn't clear, I was controlling Yuma during all of that, even when we were following
I did whatever
Makoto's
was necessary
perspective.
to protect Kanai Ward. But ironically, all that did was create more unsolved mysteries. Still, I wanted to protect the homunculi. I had to. If I didn't, who would?
Why do the camera switch? I don't know, man. Why? Oh, that's the wrong button. Why anything? None of this game makes any sense. None of this game needs to happen. This whole entire game could be like a bad movie. It could be a 2-hour cutscene.
After your negotiations with the UG, Kanai Ward became isolated and independent.
Like, this could just
To his
absolutely
word,
be a
the
cutscene.
former CEO of Amaterasu
We're just saying
abdicated his
words,
position to
uninterrupted. I just get to move
immediately
around in
end
case I have, like,
homunculus
ADHD.
research. This was to prevent the creation of any more tragic homunculi, and to hide their existence from the world. Then, posing as number one, you took advantage of the WDO. You abducted vicious criminals and brought them to Kanai Ward.
It feels like
Here
when
I go.
kids start arguing. Padding the game. Yeah, padding the game seems fair.
This!
Oh my god, just color code the buttons, I swear to god. There's never enough time to actually look at the controller, and the buttons are in a different place than any other controller. Oh. Nope, press the wrong one.
Take this!
No, I pressed Y. I pressed Y that time.
Take this!
Was it AYB? Y B X.
These criminals were turned into food for the city's homunculi. This is the truth behind the global kidnapping case. Emotions must be discarded to reach a perfect solution through a perfect deduction. That's
Oh my god, it's so
always been my
tedious.
creed.
Why?
But things changed when I discovered I was a homunculus. I've become someone else since I learned there were others like me.
This is so slow. Game is already slow. It doesn't mean it's slower. See, Cyber Justin gets it. Justin says I play a lot of rhythm games and
Director
color
Yomi
coding
was your
sure helps.
biggest obstacle in protecting the homunculi of Kanai Ward.
It's just like when timing is essential, you don't want to have to think about the letter of the button. You want to just like associate a direction. And you can do that with color if you memorize the color on the controller.
The UG would have been forced to act. Yomi grew too powerful.
Hey, is there anyone,
summoned
even someone who
master
just showed up in the last like
detectives
20
to
minutes who's
get
even a
rid of
little
him
bit
for you?
unclear about the plot at this point?
Once gathered here,
We've been at this for
faced off with
so
the
long,
peacekeepers
I'm
just like
dying.
you wanted.
I think this game is a terminal
You
illness.
helped Chief Yako get his revenge from behind the scenes, taking Dr. Weska and Yomi out of the picture.
Don't bring up Yomi again. It's infuriating. He's like the worst character.
I can't lose. I have to defeat you!
This is so heinously stupid. Nope, that was X. Just color code the buttons. I swear to God.
Stay out of my way!
Why?
Take this!
Why?
I'll push through!
Why again? Why are these suddenly like way more generous on the timer?
I may be alone, but I'll still fight.
You had like 80 copies of you like 10 seconds ago.
I have to save
Is it gonna be Y again, or is it randomly gonna be a different button to be annoying?
I have to do it!
There's no button for this? This is very annoying. That's what happens when you do it right, by the way. Those were the correct
Help
buttons.
you out?
I hope she turns into the sexy pirate for no reason. That's how I'm helping.
There you go. Let's go.
Thanks, Shinigami. This is everything that happened in Kanai Ward. Makoto Kagutsuchi! Using Kanai Ward as your excuse. You tried to enshroud everything, including your own crimes in mystery!
I guess X. X might be the button. Why are the buttons physical objects? I don't know, man. Always just why. Yeah, I mean, you could just keep asking why. It's clear at this point we're not going to get satisfying answers to anything.
Solution. The only difference is the world hasn't caught up to me yet. The
my God.
WDO now belongs to me. The unified government will soon fall into my hands.
What are you talking about? I'm kicking your butt.
So
Because I get
believed,
infinite tries, like Demolition said in chat.
But I can only lie to the people of Kanai Ward for so long. We're coming to a tipping point.
This is so pointless. Why?
I know the end will come eventually, but there's no turning back. What am I supposed to do? What else should I sacrifice? What can I do to save everyone?
Can't even hit
All
most of
this
these because they
time,
duck into the ground.
I've carried this burden alone.
It's just wasting time.
I can't take it anymore. Somebody
Then stop doing crimes.
help me.
There was like almost nothing to do during that completely gratuitous scene. Need more time in the game or we'll be judged. The devs probably. I mean, the game's already pretty long. I don't think this segment needed to, like, have random bits of artificial length added to them.
You did it, Master!
Did I? It's completely indistinguishable from any other game state.
Sorry, Shinigami. Can you wait a bit?
At this point, considering that
You
nothing
wanted
matters,
someone
I
to
almost
stop
hope that
you
they
from
just
the
make out
beginning,
and there's no
didn't
explanation.
you? Were you hoping to be punished for your crimes?
The idea is that because he's us, he couldn't stand the fact that he was guilty of crimes.
Is that why you led me here? I don't fight to lose. As the real me, you should know that.
Okay, great, I don't care.
Only one of us will leave this mystery labyrinth. My intention was to review our answers here.
Oh, so we were a living Scantron the entire time, and I guess that explains the cape or something. I'm trying, I don't know.
It looks like the conclusion has been made. I realized something the first time I came to this city. There was no perfect solution for Kanai Ward's mysteries. There's a great contradiction here. In order to follow through with the perfect solution, I had to
Talking
commit
way too long,
another
and none
crime.
of it sounds true at all.
I despise unsolved mysteries more than anyone else.
And he really hates
Yet
Robert Stack
I
like
ended
so
up
much.
creating even more.
I've decided that Robert Stack probably killed Makoto's parents, and that doesn't even make sense because he's a homunculus and he lives in a fictional world where Robert Stack isn't the host of Unsolved Mysteries.
The mysteries have consumed me.
At least they're saying perfect solution. I get nervous every time, though, Demolition. Like, every time they start talking about them, like, can we not talk about, like, one singular solution to our problems in that way? Prefacing with, like, the article the, and then a solution. Could we not do that?
Kanai Ward can't be trapped in the rain for much longer. You can't live in a world of lies forever.
Like, even if we said a perfect solution, then, like, my body doesn't clench every time.
We have to put an end to this. I guess we do. I know it's our only option.
And then they kiss.
But can you really do it? It's a cruel decision to make.
Oh man, somehow have licensed the rights to the Ace of Base cover of Cruel Summer, and I'll give you points back, game.
What's wrong? If you refuse, you will be yielding to me. I'll become death or the devil himself for the sake of Kanai Ward.
You could just choose not to do that.
Now, choose. Either you reap my soul, destroy the Mystery Labyrinth, and expose the truth of Kanai Ward, or give up and remain here forever. What is your solution?
Master, I already said everything I wanted to say.
Okay.
In the end, it's your decision. I believe in you.
What's
The
wrong?
laughing animation seems
Destroy
wildly
me
inappropriate
already!
for the circumstance.
Otherwise, you will die here instead!
Can I finally, like, save the game so I can, like, waste more of my life testing all of the options here? Dude, I don't know. It's from the start of December. I'm just gonna save over this because it's right here and I don't care. Great. So is this like the doors where I approach them and
You
then...
choose to stay in the Mystery Labyrinth. There's nothing I can do. Eventually, it will absorb your soul and you'll vanish without a trace. If that's the conclusion you choose, I'll see you to the very end. Although he didn't sign a pact, he came here using coalescence. Which means that once you vanish, coalescence will shut off and he'll be kicked out of this place. In other words, he'll be the only one to escape the Mystery Labyrinth.
Exposing the truth to make everyone happy is the perfect solution. The only way to do that is...
Like how heavy-handed the game is, despite wanting this to be a choice. What do you say, chat? Do we want both of these? And if so, do we want to start with the bad one or the good one? Heavy use of air quotes. Hey, let's talk to Makoto for a hot second.
Now, either you reap my soul, destroy the mystery, or give up and remain.
Nah, it just says the same crap again.
Solution?
Master, I already... In the end...
Oh crap, it starts the whole conversation over. Start with the more fun one. I'm gonna need you to be a lot more specific, anime. I don't remember the last time this game was fun. I mean, we might as well stay in the Mystery Labyrinth, right? I mean, we believe in the... truly, our creed is that of Vivia Twilight, and so... We must... We aspire to die someday. Hack Zero was neat for a while. I mean, pretty much the whole train was pretty good. There have certainly been moments since then, but I do feel as though the longer the game has gone, the worse it's gotten. Like, it started with, like, enough potential that it's like, this game could maybe be, like, an A. It's not so good that it's, like, obviously on track to be an A. And then, like, by the fourth case, it's like, if we're lucky, this game is a D. And at this point in this case, I'm like, just end it.
Are you sure? Is this your solution, Master?
Yeah, apparently I have to, like, pay for my crimes or whatever. I'm actually mildly curious as to what is that really okay? Does that mean I don't choose this, or do we embark on another philosophical discussion? Oh, it's nothing. It turns out it's nothing. It's no dialogue at all or anything. I have to walk really far away from it and then come back. No, wait.
Are you sure?
There's a weird hitbox for that. Yeah, no, just like Emmy or whatever.
I've made up my mind. I'll stay in this mystery labyrinth.
So you're giving up on finding a solution? That's the choice you've made?
If you're so mad about it, why didn't you make a different argument?
Let me be clear. I may be staying behind, but that doesn't mean I've given up on finding a solution. What do you mean? I'd only need to gather evidence and expose Kanai Ward's secrets to solve this case. There is no place for emotion in that. But that's not how I want things to be. Maybe I'm just being naive, but I don't think it's the perfect solution unless everyone is saved.
Master.
What you're suggesting is no solution. You're just admitting defeat. If you stay here, Kanai Ward's mysteries will never be cleared. Happiness can't thrive wrapped in mystery.
Is he just gonna be mad about, like, both options? Because he seems, like, really mad about the one that he seemed to be lobbying for out of the two bad options.
Who will save Kanai Ward in the real world?
Isn't it the implication that you would do it, you idiot?
You will be there for them.
What?
I mean, I'll grant you that they're definitely clones of the same person, but that person had better not be the greatest mind in the world. Because if so, then this is the fictional world where all as seen on TV products live. Has this ever happened to you? Somehow falls down the stairs trying to get keys out of their pocket. Life is hard.
I have something for you to do once you leave this place. What are you up to?
Make like a whole bunch more homunculi of myself.
I've put a lot of thought into this. When it comes to the perfect solution that can bring true happiness to the people of Kanai Ward, there is no answer.
Cool.
In the end, detectives are just outsiders. I don't believe a solution brought by an outsider will make everyone happy. So instead, why not let the people of Kanai Ward decide for themselves?
What do you mean by that?
Tell everyone in Kanai Ward the truth, and let them choose their own futures. Have the people decide how to fix this problem. You're leaving it to others to solve? That's your solution?
Greatest mind in the world, everybody! Just crowdsource it. I don't know, I can't be bothered.
It's not my solution, it's everyone's. I'll let everyone in Kanai Ward do what I can't do on my own.
Make ice cream soup?
Even if a great detective reached out from above, they would never touch the people here.
I don't even know what that's meant to imply. That's such a weird analogy. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Only the city's residents can solve the contradictions facing them.
I don't know, man. That's putting a lot of faith in a town full of Tweedlebugs.
Do you really think they can accept the truth?
Thumbnail of what, Demolition? Like, my brain can barely function. I'm with Angel.
I'm sure of it. I believe in them. And I'm sure you do too. After all, you love the people of Kanai Ward.
He won't stop talking about it.
So whether it's right or wrong,
Giant
at least
detective
it's
robot.
something everyone will decide upon together.
So many solutions. Yeah, and yet we always refer to it as a singular. In this moment where I'm struggling to even think at all, it occurs to me how, like, weirdly deflating it is that, like, there's been, like, no real surprise to this at all. Like, we've been so repetitive and redundant in our approach to the end of this game that, like, absolutely every little bit of mystery up to this point has been, like, seen from a mile away. Like, there's nothing in this, like, final segment of the game other than, like, how the controls work in certain segments that's, like, even a little bit surprising. And is that, like, really the thing you want to be mysterious in your game, is how to play it?
That would be for the best. I think that is the perfect solution this city needs.
But how do you intend on telling everyone the truth? They might not believe it.
Just put it in the meat buns like fortune cookie fortunes.
That's where you come in. I want you to directly tell them everything.
I want you to individually walk up to every homunculus in the city and tell them this entire plot, including flashbacks and everything.
Not as the homunculus of the WDO's #1, but as Amaterasu's CEO, who has been protecting Kanai Ward. I think everyone will listen to you. I want you to work together with everyone who lives in this city to find the answer to this unsolvable mystery. Solving the mystery in the real world will destroy the mystery labyrinth that was spawned from it. Right?
Labyrinth is the physical embodiment of a mystery in the real world, after all. If the mystery in the real world vanishes, so will its manifestation here.
Good God, they're both the same choice. This final choice isn't even a choice at all. If we pick the other choice, it's gonna be the same thing, isn't it? Isn't it?
That settles it. You need to leave here alive so you can destroy the mystery labyrinth from the real world. And you intend to stay here, in my place?
Master, I think you already know this, but that means you will die.
Wait, isn't the thing he just said a complete contradiction to that? Isn't the whole purpose of the dialogue we just wrote down and we paid money for people to say out loud in a recording booth, isn't the whole point of that dialogue that we would be able to, like, dismantle the mystery labyrinth and so, like, we could get out of it? That's how that read to me. Like, there wouldn't even be any need to say it if he just dies in the mystery labyrinth. That's the default. Why even say more words about it?
Yeah, I know. Are you sure about this? You're sacrificing your own life just to let others find the solution.
God, that's not even new information for the conversation we're already having. That's how we started talking about this.
I can't believe a detective would make that choice. No, probably not. But remember, I'm just a trainee.
Thank God for jiggle physics.
I've done everything alone until now. Even before coming to this city when I was the WDO's #1.
Yeah, because you were born as a fully fledged homunculus, an unkillable monster that no one trusted.
I've always decided everything on my own to try to reach the perfect solution.
Also, this game is like really... So, like, this game has, like, been incredibly, overwhelmingly repetitive about some of these points that were, like, pretty clear with just a little bit of evidence. But, like, it's been horrendously unclear about some important details, like, did he, for real, feed the other detectives that we know to homunculi in the factory? I honestly have no idea at this point. Like, the game is written in such a way that, like, I could genuinely believe either path now.
We share the same DNA. And yet, you're trusting someone else to find the solution for you? This feels weird to say to myself, but you're brilliant.
Oh my God, I hate this game so much. I hate this game so much, you guys.
That's why you've placed all the burden on yourself, but you're taking on more than you can carry. On the other hand, even though I've lost so much, I was able to grow from it. I'm far from perfect, so all I can do is rely on others to make up for my shortcomings.
You do always rely on others whenever you're in trouble.
Oh my God, like 10 minutes ago, Shinigami was like, you can win because of teamwork. And now she's like, wow, you're pathetic. Why are you always asking other people for help? You literally can't have it both ways. These characters suck.
But to rely on others, well, it's like you're entrusting yourself to them. You believe in them and put your fate in their hands. If you can't figure out the perfect solution, then why not entrust it to someone else?
Well, that's one sure way for Master to solve this. You're always letting others make up your mind for you.
Can you cancel coalescence on your own? Yes. Whoever wields coalescence can revoke it at any time.
God, that sure feels like something that we should probably know.
And if coalescence is cancelled, what will happen to him?
He was never supposed to be in here to begin with, so he'll be tossed back into the real world.
How do we even know that for sure? No one's ever done that before.
Well then, all that's left is for you to end your coalescence. I'll stay here and wait for you to destroy the mystery labyrinth from the real world.
I'm sure your soul will vanish before then, Master.
And what if I betrayed you instead? Even if I leave, I may not tell everyone the truth.
This point doesn't matter. If we're making the assumption that, like, the problem can't be solved before Yuma would be able to escape the mystery labyrinth with his life, then, like, it genuinely doesn't matter what Makoto does. He'd literally just be shooting himself in the foot because he's supposed to be doing the thing that he says he wants to do in the first place. He's like, what if I just screwed myself over? Then what? Who cares?
You would never do that. It's how I know I can trust you with this.
Oh, I hate this game so much.
You'll never be a great detective, Master. I've been saying it all along, but you're just too naive.
You're right about that. You've got a good partner. I see.
Nah, I got a burden.
You used to solve everything on your own. But since you lost everything along with your memories...
You can't extol the virtues of working on your own and also teamwork in the same, like, these are contradictory types of morals. You can't have one conversation where everyone's like, it's good for you to solve mysteries on your own, and it's also best for you to not solve mysteries on your own.
You accepted the help of your partner and surpassed your former self.
That definitely didn't happen. You cannot at all convince me that we are a more capable person than the guy in that, like, 2-minute cutscene who actually had his act together.
Very well. You can count on me. I'll take care of the rest. I'm now going to cancel my coalescence.
That's good. If you don't do that, they'll just keep charging your credit card. You gotta be careful of that stuff. The ramen shop guy was more confident. The trainee whose skill was make food good. I agree. He would have been better at solving this mystery, and probably at arts and crafts and the guitar, frankly.
Well, he's gone.
Yeah.
By the way, Master, you can still reconsider this. If the soul of the real culprit gets reaped, the mystery labyrinth will be destroyed as usual. Right. I know.
Just as Vasco, you need to suck it up and finish this game yourself. Now let's do it together as a team, Captain! Yeah, that's pretty much, yeah.
But destroying the mystery labyrinth from outside is a smart idea for a goober like you. Though you did drop the ball right at the end.
Even now, you can't be nice?
No, it's like the one consistent character trait she has.
It may not be the
Boobs don't
perfect
count.
solution I wanted, but if everyone in Kanai Ward understands...
Aww, but it's such a shame. I wanted to make you a detective greater than #1 himself.
That's a stupid idea.
But I guess this is it.
Whoa, what's going on?
Thanks, Joey Lawrence, for making an appearance at the end of this game. Yeah, we could just leave at any time, right? Is that how this works?
What do you mean? It's the mystery labyrinth's emergency exit.
Yeah. I should have called it, but I'm not even a little surprised.
emergency exit?
Exactly, Sarah. He is number one. I guess you could just argue that she wants him to be a better detective than he ever was before, but it just seems like a really stupid way of saying it.
An emergency exit, huh? Well, there is one, kinda.
There is?
But it doesn't solve anything. You'll just go right back to the mess you came from. Besides, to use the emergency exit, you'll have to pay a heavy, heavy price.
400 gold pieces.
And
it's a lot.
That is...
Don't worry about it. Using it here wouldn't help anyway.
Huh? This door is the emergency exit?
You'll go back to the moment Makoto was pointing a gun at you, before we entered the mystery labyrinth.
I feel like that wouldn't apply in the normal fashion here for the reason that he wasn't frozen in time. He, like, came in here and left.
But he should be fine now, so I'm sure you can leave without worry.
Wait, hold on. It's that easy? What about the heavy price?
Oh, that. It's not much.
Why did she, like, flaunt her butt at us when she said that? Wait, is her butt the price? Is her butt hefty?
It'll just cancel our pact.
Ah.
What?
But if that happens, your memories will come back. Maybe this would actually be better for you.
I can get my memories back? If I go through that door?
You got it.
That's an insanely convoluted resolution to this game.
But what will happen to you if our pact is cancelled?
Resounding sentiment from chat. Oh, thank God. What good news.
Nothing you should worry about.
Is this the canon ending? I think it's starting to feel like it. I mean, it's actually felt like it for most of this time, to be honestly.
Once you end our pact, you'll forget all about me and the mystery labyrinths.
Here's a serious question. Could we not just, like, take the book and do the pact again?
Huh? Why?
And that's how it goes with death gods. It's why our existence isn't exactly widely known. The same goes for the people who entered the mystery labyrinth using coalescence. They forget all about it.
But what will happen to you? Will you return to the book?
Wait a minute. If Makoto used his own coalescence to get in here, does he get around that caveat? Because if not, then he will just shoot us dead when we leave, right? Because he won't remember having a conversation with us in here. Drawing attention to that at the 11th hour feels like it makes this game more confusing and worse, which was impressive, really.
I can either return to the Book of Death and sleep for centuries, or vanish with this mystery labyrinth. I actually have no idea. It's the first time anybody's used the emergency exit. But I figured it'd be okay to let you use it, Master. Anyway, I guess this is goodbye. What's with that face? You should be happy right now. You'll get your memories back and finally be free of your annoying partner.
How could I be happy about this? You've helped me so much.
That's a really generous use of some of those words, huh?
Isn't there any way we can leave here together?
Don't do that, Master. You should be saying, I never want to see your ugly face again, and take off like you just hit the jackpot. You should tell me that you hated our time together. Otherwise, you'll make me second-guess myself.
We're trying to do, like, the character moment from the end of Somnium Files 1, but we didn't earn it, and also, the characters are bad. Well, the characters are worse.
Hey! Before you lost your memories, you solved cases without anyone's help, right?
So I've heard. I don't remember, though.
Well, because you lost your memories, you were forced to depend on others. You and Number One began walking different paths. But in the end, you solved the mystery of Kanai Ward, even when your past self couldn't. Maybe before you lost your memories, you planned for all of this to happen.
Now, to be clear, when we say crap like Number One by himself couldn't solve that mystery, we are aware of the fact that he never tried to solve the mystery as himself because he consciously made the decision to become Yuma Coco Head before coming here, right? Like, we didn't surpass him or whatever stupid thing we're trying to argue. He just made a plan that involved this happening. If anything, this is him solving it, really.
You figured out that the perfect solution you could come up with on your own wasn't enough. So maybe you trusted the version of yourself that lost his memories to find it.
It's very indicative of this game that this, like, 1 out of 2 endings is taking so much dialogue and none of it mattered.
And then you went and trusted the people of Kanai, Ward Master.
That's all the more reason why I don't want to forget our time together. Otherwise, I'll never be able to apologize to you enough.
There's no other way. That's just how it works. Well, if by some miracle you remembered for just a moment, I hope you make your wish come true. You know, about wanting to eradicate all unsolved mysteries in the world and making people happy. Hey, come on, Master! Boys aren't supposed to cry!
I can't help it.
Come on, pull yourself together. You better stand up and walk straight, even without yours truly. I'm putting my trust in you, Master.
Yeah, I promise. One day, I'll show you a world where everyone is happy. I swear.
Good. There's no time. You better hurry, or the Mystery Labyrinth will absorb you.
We spent, like, way more dawdle time in Labyrinths before. Okay, I won't miss you. Goodbye. I hope there's just a surprise birthday party on the other side and there's no explanation for it.
Hold on!
Gonna need that sword back.
Bye-bye, Master.
She gonna kick him through the door?
Thank you, Shinigami.
The only question I have is, like, would he remember his time as Yuma? Because if so, this problem is intensely solvable. I mean, a normal person could solve it. I'm not sure that number 1 Makoto or Yuma Coco Head
Sad
could.
or anything. I'm used to being alone.
Aw, poor Shinigami. We forgot to make a character where I'd care if this happened to her.
Solves everything.
I think that's as close as you're getting to that moment you want to ditto. It doesn't explain everything, but it solves everything. God, how is this 1 of 2 ending going on still for so long? God, what even is gonna happen now? This game so likes to do things that aren't cutscenes that should be cutscenes. Could be anything.
I've gotten that trainee detective to agree. The preparations are complete. Now, let's begin.
I'll be
think
taking
this is-
all your memories. You sure about this? I would
I
think
think this is meant to be
number 1 of the
flashback,
WDO could
and not
solve
us
the case all
returning.
on his own.
No. Where I'm going, that's not sufficient to make everyone happy. Besides, it's best to pack light for a journey.
The heck does that
You
mean?
sound like someone about to commit suicide.
I'm signing a pact with a death god. It's basically the same as dying.
You're right about that. I mean, you'll be a different person when you wake up.
Look after me when I do. I know you won't be able to say much due to our pact, but please guide me on the path to becoming a detective.
Wow, if she intended to do that, she did a horrific
I'm putting
job.
my trust in you.
You really are crazy. Nobody should trust a death god with their life.
I have a feeling you and I will do well together.
You sure you're brave enough to be my partner? You're not gonna whine the whole time, are you?
Regrettably, yes.
Well, since you've entrusted yourself to me, I'll be your mentor. I'll turn you from a little fledgling to a great detective.
I look
Just
forward
such
to
a
it.
horrible job of that, if intended.
Now, let's begin. Are you ready to give
Yuma Goi Goi
everything for the
Fighty
treat?
Cao.
Yes, of course. And about what you asked earlier. I'm serious. I will show you a world where everyone is happy. Even if it's a different version of me, I promise I'll make it happen.
Just gonna
So
roll
you're
straight
fine
into
with
credits?
every part of the pact?
Yes, of course.
You better keep your end of the bargain. Even
Finally,
if
the
you forget
mature
all about
rating.
me. Cross your heart and hope to die, Master.
Thanks to Vivia Twilight and all the events of this game, I do! Oh, good, it's gonna give me a rank for how terrible of a time that I had. Uh-huh. That's comical. Sure. Alright. Yeah, why not? Cool, I leveled up. Oh, great. Save current progress? Yeah, I guess we could do that. Really confused about that whole multiple choice ending scenario. God, it's taking forever. This whole game is just taking forever, man. Any day now, Switch.
More rain. Same as always. Until recently, I despised this rain. I thought it was just dark and sad.
Then I realized that I would become an unkillable flesh-eating monster if it
But
wasn't
now I see
raining.
it differently. It's a gentle rain, protecting us.
Heavy Rain is a much
A
better
strange
game and
illusion
concept.
appears when I look up at it. The rain isn't falling on me, but rather, I am ascending toward it.
I hope you all got snacks at some point,
At
man.
least, that's how it feels.
Oh, hey, Kronos. Did I miss you coming in? Hi, Kronos.
Well, I suppose that's enough sentimentality for today.
That's enough voiceover
Time
for
to
today.
go shopping.
Epilogue? Epilogue? God, this
First,
epilogue could be like
a
30
new
years long.
raincoat.
Everyone, I've become Kurumi Wendy, destroyer of worlds.
I
really thought he was going to read that line of dialogue. I got juked.
Yes.
Everyone loves the rain. OMG. Oh man, now there's a man operating this rainwear store instead of the dog.
Hi, Kurumi. I've got your order right here.
I really wish that instead of amiable staff, it was like overacting voice extra.
Ta-da! Amaterasu Corporation's brand spanking new raincoat. It'll easily block out both rain and sunlight.
I mean, I feel like I get the point of that, but like, what do you mean? Like, at the same time, do you really expect people to just buy a raincoat and then like walk out of the city and hope not to become like murderous zombies?
Thank you.
Wow. Amaterasu sure has changed. They're even making products for us now.
I mean, they clearly should have been doing that the whole time.
Just a bit ago, they mainly exported stuff, so we never knew what they were making. But Mr. Makoto taking the helm of both Amaterasu and Kanai Ward really changed things.
No, it didn't, because for 3 years that was true and we were still exporting crap.
Yeah, that's true.
No, it's explicitly not true.
It's nice to have a local business invested in our town's interests. Of course, I hope they keep exporting goods so that more money comes into Kanai Ward.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Makoto can handle it.
You got that right. Glory to the future of Kanai Ward.
Glory to Stotska.
By the way, what's with the heavy bag? You going somewhere?
No, she just decided she wanted to have the disguise forte, which is just a bag full of clothes.
Yeah, something like that.
I see. Well, take care. Good rain to you.
Good rain to you.
Likewise. Good rain to you too. Next on the shopping list is... Right. Body
Meat
cream.
buns? Uh-oh. I don't feel comfortable buying body cream as a teenage girl in a Japanese video game. Is anyone else not thrilled with this? Is it, oh, it's down further. I have to go into, like, the stupid sewer zone, right? That's what I need to do? I think that's what blue arrow down is. None of this matters. Yeah, I've interpreted that correctly. Hi, Auntie, or whatever.
Excuse me. Do you have the body cream I ordered?
Of course. Here you go. Specialized body cream that'll protect you from harmful sunlight.
Yeah, I mean, good luck with that, or whatever.
It's perfect for us homunculi.
Gross.
It's perfect for us homunculi. I can't believe I'm getting used to saying that.
I never would have imagined. Oh well, that's life.
So sunscreen. Yeah, but it's like SPF 10 trillion or something. I don't know. Yeah, all of chat's like, yeah, sunscreen? I don't know. I mean, they want it to seem cool and sci-fi to justify the fact that we needed 3 years of rain and we couldn't just tell everyone that there was like a hole in the ozone layer directly above Kanai Ward or something.
It was all so sudden. That day, Mr. Makoto startled all of us in Kanai Ward with that emergency broadcast.
Hey everyone, BT dubs, you're all homunculi. Maybe I shouldn't have started there.
Seeing his face behind the mask was surprising enough. Who could have guessed we were all monstrous homunculi?
I could have, but only because I've spent a lot of time here and I hate everyone.
We're not monsters. We're just a little bit different from regular people.
Unless exposed to sunlight or killed, in which case, yes, definitely monsters. I mean, like, there's multiple problems with this, because, like, I know they're trying to imply, like, a rainbows and sunshine and happiness ending here where everyone just gets along. But, like, the whole reason to isolate Kanai Ward in the first place is because the unified government was like, we don't want a bunch of homunculi, so we will just blow up all the homunculi because it's not conducive to being a functional Earth or whatever. So, like, if we're saying that people are just gonna, like, and by people I mean homunculi, if we're saying that homunculi are just gonna, like, leave town and, like, go on Pokemon-style adventures roaming the countryside, like, if they ever happen to die, then they'll wake back up as, like, a murderous cannibal monster. Like, the unified government can't be chill with that. Like, even if we take precautions against the sun, eventually people die and then they start eating people.
Right. That's what Mr. Makoto said. Still, it's hard to accept it. And I'm not talking just about myself here. Everyone feels the same way.
People are saying this.
For now, I think we should just take it slow. If we can accept things slowly, we can live our lives with more hope.
Right. We're immortal, after all. We've got plenty of time. Besides, we all made the decision together. After we voted on the referendum, we chose to follow Mr. Makoto.
Except Timothy in the 10th district. That guy really hates Makoto.
So yeah, like he said, we need to take it slow and live with hope.
Yeah, I think that's right. Okie dokie. Next is... Oh, right! I need to buy a map!
A map? No concept of where I'm going to find a map. Maybe the bookstore? It's not a lot of locations in the world. Oh, I have a really stupid idea. Can I level
I
up?
don't need a map to get to Bone Town.
I don't think I can level up, but it'd be a little funny if I could. Yeah, I don't know why she needs a map. We don't need a map to get to Bone Town. Where are we going? Why would we not be going to Bone Town? Make it make sense. If I had lived in Kanai for my entire life, and then I was going to leave town and go one place for the first time ever, it would definitely be Bone Town. Isn't this like where the meat bun cart was?
The people in town have stopped eating meat buns.
Okay, you're gonna need to justify that because the whole purpose for the meat buns was so that you wouldn't become starved, animalistic cannibal monsters.
No one wants them anymore, now that we know what they're made of.
Okay, but like, literally as far as we've been told, you're required to eat human flesh to function normally.
I think that's a natural response.
Yeah, but like, you still need to answer the question.
Our bodies may be artificial, but our hearts are still human.
That's fine, but there was a logistical reason for that. No, you can't just not say anything. That's genuinely important. It's a major plot point. Oh, that wasn't where the map is? The game just wanted to say that they refuse to be cannibals anymore? Alright, cool, whatever, that's fine. My god. Where even... Oh, I think it is the bookstore. It's the bookstore and it just threw me off because it, like, made me go to that other place first.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Oh, sorry. How can I help?
That doesn't sound like the old man refusing to look at us.
Do you have what I ordered?
It says saving it for Raincoat 2. So here's the thing. When this game was released, they asked the guy who made it whether it was possible that they would make a Raincoat 2. And he said, yeah, absolutely. It took 6 years to develop the first one, but during that process, I learned what worked and what doesn't. And so I could easily make another one in way less time. Oh, wow, that's a big raid. Thanks, Letters, for the raid. How's it going? We are in the epilogue of Raincoat. I have no concept of how much game is left. This game is so incredibly prolonged. This is a visual novel style game that's... Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not good. Now that we're, like, clearly, like, 98 or 99% done with it, it's just not a good game. But at a certain point, the sunk cost fallacy kicks in, and we kind of just need to know what's going to happen. Got rated 2 and had to pass the love along. Well, I appreciate that.
The map, right? You want the world map.
Does this game, like, turn into an entirely different RPG in the end? Is that the epilogue?
Yes, that's right.
Letters J. More like letters raid, am I right? Indeed. No, that was good. I like that, off-meta gang.
Now that Kanai Ward is no longer isolated, I can order books from around the world. I'm so giddy about it that I can't help but read every one.
I understand.
It's me playing Baldur's Gate 3.
It's been a while since we were able to interact with anyone outside of the city.
There have been a lot of problems, but Mr. Makoto is handling the negotiations. So I'm sure it'll be fine.
It will be. Of course.
Mr. Makoto is so amazing. Even if it was decided by the referendum, he quickly ended our isolation and promised to negotiate with the unified government as well. Although he did say it was his way of atoning, he was ready to turn himself in, but we stopped him from doing so with that referendum.
Why is it that everyone suddenly seems to have, like, a personal relationship with Makoto when he's been, like, CEO of the company that rules over this town for literally 3 years?
Honestly, he doesn't have to force himself to work so hard. It'd be awful if he ever collapsed from it all. Oh, but maybe homunculi don't get tired? I'm not sure myself.
Have you ever been tired? It's like that awful Family Guy joke of like, hey, Brian, how do you know if you're Jewish? Are you Jewish? No. There you go, Slugger. It's like this guy's a homunculus. Do you ever feel tired? Yeah? Well, then homunculi get tired, idiot.
Whatever the case, he better not overwork himself.
They're becoming a cult. Oh god, that is what's happening, isn't it, anime?
He is Kanai Ward's leader, and leader of us homunculi.
The fact that, like, there's making peace with the fact that we're homunculi, and then there's, like, an entire community just making it their identity and not shutting up about it. It's, like, kind of off-putting that we're just, like, we have to mention that we're homunculi in every sentence now.
You got that right. The coexistence between humanity and homunculi has just begun. Anyway, about that world map. What made you want to get it?
I'm trying to find an airship and an old man named Sid.
Sorry. It involves a high school girl's crush.
A crush, huh?
It's just a little crush.
So the next step should be the last one.
I hope she buys like a giant Gatling gun or
I
something.
must have
Homunculi
my precious
identity. Very
multi-pack
good.
of instant ramen.
I don't remember where the ramen shop is. I have to rely on the town map as opposed to the world map. But I know we're gonna go see Yuma Coco Head, everyone's favorite character. That guy that no one remembers being in the game. This way? Yeah, somewhere over here. Close enough, I guess.
Shops vanished from town, but ramen shops popped up in their place.
Does the ramen contain people? I hope so, or else we'll just leave this plot hole open, I guess.
Oh, Kurumi!
His name isn't Ramen Stand Owner.
Hi, you look busy.
I sure am, but busy is great for business.
I mean, pretty much by definition, sure.
I need to go inspect the grand openings for our 3 brand new locations.
I mean, Kanai Ward itself isn't that big.
In a strange twist of fate, he appeared in Kanai Ward using his passion for cooking to develop ramen. Ultimately, he turned that ramen into something with all the nutrients a homunculus would need.
Oh, get completely bent in half, video game. We just decided to use science so that we wouldn't be cannibals anymore. And by science, I mean, like, just basic nutritional science.
And of course, it's super yummy, says everyone.
Oh my god, I hate this game so much. I feel like personally slighted by this game.
Fate can be such an enigma. Although I originally made a contract with him, I ended up following him here out of guilt. This city was a shock to my system at first, but I was able to open up the ramen shop of my dreams.
Feeding corpse ramen to weird monsters.
So I think coming here was the right call. Seriously though.
Did they not try beef report before they went straight to eating people? Well, look, in retrospect, that does seem obvious, Neko, but you have to realize that at the time, well, the only thing we'd ever seen the homunculi eat were the townsfolk, so, you know, it seemed like maybe it was the only thing that worked. Could have just been eating ramen the whole time. Yeah, look, no one ever claimed that Makoto was a clone of the smartest person in the entire world. Oh, no, wait, I'm mistaken. That's literally the plot of the game.
Yes, I think so too. Oh, that's right. May I please have a multi-pack of instant ramen? For now, I need about a month's supply.
Huh?
It's quite a multi-pack.
Sure thing, but why do you need so much?
It's a secret.
Thank you. You want to get a bite to eat while you're here?
No, I'm okay for today.
All right then. Well, good rain to you.
Yeah, good rain to you too.
Okay, good rain to you.
That's it for the shopping. I've safely completed all my preparations.
Safely completed preparations? Was there like a rise in crime when we started telling people they were homunculi? Why are we suddenly concerned about running our errands?
I should head to the Nocturnal Detective Agency. I better hurry or I won't make it in time.
Oh, Lord. Well, I guess they didn't get eaten by homunculi then. I am really starting to question what that other option in the Mystery Labyrinth would have done. I was really expecting there to not be very much game when it gave us what seemed like an endgame decision. And that cutscene went on for like 10 or 12 minutes, and then all of this happened afterwards. Ramen isn't even that nutritious. Yeah, but you see, Yuma, the ramen shop owner, who we won't even call by name after the game sort of confirmed his identity, is like really good at food. They wrote it on his like library card or whatever.
Let's get going.
Yeah. I thought that letters of anyone might appreciate this. She says, when I started this game, I was all like, yeah, it's pretty cool, and now the contrast is hilarious. Yeah, it's stark. It's a stark contrast.
But departure is just the start of a new adventure. Be sure not to forget anything before we set sail.
Rest assured, letters, even though I am frequently quite a harsh critic of a story-based game, this game has earned it.
So true.
Ask anyone in chat.
Hey everyone! You're all still here! I'm glad I made it in time.
Kurumi! You came to see us off? Where are the others? Are any of my fans with you?
You've never had fans.
Huh?
Also, I'm not your fan.
Oh, maybe they were too shy to come along.
No, there's no salvaging your ego.
Wait, where's Vivia?
Oh, he decided to die. Oh,
Vivia?
Never mind.
What are you doing?
He's decided to mummify himself in a suitcase.
I figured if I stayed inside a suitcase, someone would carry me.
Well, that plan sort of goes awry when you notify everyone you're in.
Are exhausting.
A suitcase, yeah,
All
you go.
journeys can be life-threatening. There is no peace or quiet.
You never change, Vivia.
It's quite distressing, and I would know I'm a homunculus. We still haven't confirmed whether these detectives were homunculi or not. Like, logistically, they probably shouldn't be, but if they aren't, then they should have been complaining about the pink blood the whole time.
You are leaving, huh?
After that incident,
now
hold
on.
to monitor what would happen.
Now, hang on. This is important to me. I want you to look at the size of that suitcase and the relative position of the visible bust area of Vivia, and then consider how physics works, and then consider the fact that that's not even close to possible. They all bled pink blood. Remember Dasuhiko's corpse? Do I need to demonstrate Exhibit A, which is that Dasuhiko is standing here, and that those could have been completely fabricated corpses? Like, there's no plot point that's addressed the fact that, like, someone in town made more homunculi of them. In fact, the only thing that we know is that supposedly they stopped making homunculi when everyone came to town. Or I guess, like, after the Blank Week incidents or whatever. So, like, basically all I'm saying is, like, there's no confirmed reason why these detectives, who supposedly came from outside of town and, like, wouldn't have been subject to the whole, like, let's not talk about the pink blood thing to, like, buy into it. I know there was, like, a throwaway line of dialogue in some flashback at some point where they were like, oh, the chemicals in the rain changed the color of your blood. But, like, they're detectives. Halora in particular is like, don't trust anything. Use evidence. Like, why would she just take that on fact? But it says, maybe it's Eeyore then. Yeah! I'm a really big fan of Eeyore, so, like, I mean, like, literally, I'm wearing an Eeyore shirt. but like, even though Vivi is one of the better characters in this game, I still don't want to give him as much credit as to make a direct comparison. But yeah, I mean, he's basically Goth Eeyore.
But our work here is done. This city will be fine.
Yeah, it's time we stepped off the stage. A bunch of detectives just sticking around isn't a great look.
What do you mean it's not a great look? Like, unless the crime rate in the city dropped to 0 when everyone joined the homunculus cult, like, there's still gonna be, like, crimes to solve or whatever. Not having any detectives around feels like a worse look to me. Also, we're definitely just gonna sail off into the sunset on a whole entire submarine, right?
That's not true. Detectives are heroes to me.
The homunculus
Kanai
cult.
Ward is free. If you ever need us, we shall fly to your aid.
I don't believe that for a second. You'll be napping and kind of irate.
I've spoken to Makoto as well. If Kanai Ward ever needs detectives, he can call us anytime. Halara Nightmare will be at his service. Obviously, I don't work for cheap.
So, where will you go now?
For now, we're heading back to WDO headquarters. We don't know what'll happen after that. I'm sure we'll be dispatched to some other job. The World Detective Organization can be such slave drivers.
God, this game's taking forever.
I thought WDO headquarters was bombed in that terrorist attack.
Ah, but of course that WDO headquarters was also a body double. Yeah, I don't like that word choice either, Demolition.
The explosion footage we saw was all a sham.
Oh my god. I hate this game.
Sham. So, it never really happened? Why would anyone do such a thing? For what purpose?
It was all done by Makoto. It wasn't the only thing he fabricated. He made it look like we died too. He prepared clothes identical to our outfits, and also found skeletons similar to our body types.
And we're just gonna gloss over the fact that he had those handy because he had like a whole factory that turned prisoner corpses into meat buns for the population to eat at an affordable price.
Yeah, I thought everyone was dead.
The building was 3 dudes in a trench
I
coat.
can't believe you got duped like that, Kurumi. Nothing can kill us.
I feel like an errant breeze could kill you, Desahiko.
There were letters written by everyone, and I was told it looked like your handwriting.
I hear that was thanks to Makoto's coalescence. Fortes are indeed formidable.
So Coalescence is like a bunch of stuff we don't know about for convenient plot reasons? Sure.
I would expect nothing less of number 1's homunculus.
Homunculus?
Why don't you get it? How many times do I have to explain everything?
My apologies. My mind has been in a haze ever since we inhaled that white smoke.
Also, the knockout gas did a number on me, but that was unrelated.
The servants call me Dummy
Do you even
Thick.
know how long ago that was?
After you were knocked out, you all woke up on the top floor of Kanai Tower, right?
My god, I definitely don't need this amount of clarification. I only need the big points, and I definitely don't need to go over stuff I already know. Please.
It was Makoto's room. We were trapped in there.
It was an escape room, and unfortunately, we're the worst detectives in the world collectively, so we struggled mightily to get out of it.
While we were locked up, the final battle took place.
I mean, I still love Fubuki, but we're definitely leaning on her worst character traits to try and make this ending funnier, and we're not succeeding because we just did a bad job of writing the entire game.
Kurumi, you were there, right?
Yes. But only for half of it, really.
To think this was all for the final showdown. It was nothing but a ploy by Makoto to lure Yuma here, who took the lead role.
Jeez. It's all so unbelievable.
It says, I didn't follow the game super closely, but are we just using the epilogue to poorly explain plot holes? Yes, that's exactly what we're doing. Yes. We're spending a great deal of time doing that sloppily. Yes, yes, yes. That's exactly what's happening. No, see, you definitely followed the game. That's the thing. Especially in the later half. Like, if you didn't understand something the first time, the game will tell you 8 more times. And then it will act like a huge revelation on the 9th.
Then again, Almost everything in this city is too.
Narrative-based game with bad story. Sounds like the priorities were in the wrong place. Spend less time on cape physics. I like that you went straight for the throat on the cape physics and didn't mention spending less time on the boob physics. That's proper prioritization. Hierarchy is definitely like story, boob physics, cape physics.
Yet, what I still struggle to comprehend is that Yuma was #1 of the WDO.
Right. Even I didn't realize it.
Who would have thought my man is the top detective of the WDO?
Former top detective. He already left the organization.
That's funny to me. Neko says, I can forgive a lot, but I'm so mad about them brushing over the dilemma of needing to eat people by saying, we don't want to, so we'll just eat noodles. I mean, they, like, implied they did something weird with the noodles, but, it annoys me, too. It doesn't annoy me as much as the pink blood thing. That's insanely irritating to me. All that Bitcoin mining really just deployed to calculate boob physics. I think it was, like, they needed to, like, network all those graphics cards together in order to process the boob physics. I think that's what happened.
It is such a waste for him to simply discard his position as #1.
His letter of resignation was submitted before he lost his memories. He had hoped that by quitting, he could bring change to the organization. In this new era, a detective must follow their own creed to solve each case.
Can we talk about this for just a second? I know this game is taking forever. But, like, what the heck is it with this game and, like, people in power, like, not having any ability to affect change? Like, supposedly a huge part of this game's plot is Makoto, like, scheming to, like, fire one of his own underlings in the most contrived way possible by luring a bunch of detectives into town and then, like, exposing him for crimes he already knew him to be guilty of. But, like, now we're saying that, like, part of Yuma's original plan before he, like, did this whole plot of the game was that he was gonna quit because he wanted the organization to change. You Muppet, you were in charge of the organization. Just change it. Just do it yourself. Good night, Angel. Thank you for the gift subs and for enduring any amount of this on behalf of the communal experience. It is appreciated and will be remembered. Much like a Telltale game, which all have to be better than this. If nothing else, then by the virtue of being considerably shorter.
He took the first steps to make that reality happen. I think it's commendable. Maybe I should quit too. Work as a detective is getting more and more exhausting.
You were so quick to call it quits.
But where did Yuma, I mean the former #1, go?
I think it's fine to call him Yuma. It feels better that way.
He vanished without a word. I have no idea where he could be.
This is about 5.5 of this game's 6-year development cycle was spent on just the boob jiggles, and that's why they had no time left to write a semi-competent plot. I mean, that sounds like a joke, but also is probably just literally true. I mean, nothing else seems to make terribly much sense. Anyway, he says, they could have solved this by saying Yomi was well connected to all the investors and was controlling them to prevent Makoto from doing anything. See, I don't even know if that works, because, like, the whole premise of, like, the unified government, like, allowing the Kanai ward to isolate itself is that, like, only, like, someone who understood the whole homunculus situation could be in charge. And so, like, he had to do it himself, and so he kind of had to have unlimited power. So, like, there's just, like, no world in which I buy the justification that he couldn't just literally fire Yomi. Clearly he was
Really?
violating any code of
Sure
conduct you
you're
could
worried, too.
possibly write for your company.
Huh? I'm not sure if worried is exactly the right word.
I mean, like, firing a torpedo at, like, a submarine and, like, killing a bunch of people, and also, like, making your own subordinates into, like, human cubes with some nonsensical device we never actually saw. Like, that's an HR nightmare. Like, there's no chance that guy keeps his job. Game Endo? Game Endo?
There's something I want to say to everyone.
I've decided to start eating people again.
Right?
Huh?
It doesn't take a detective to notice the giant backpack you're carrying.
Kurumi, are you really going to try to find Yuma?
Do you know where he went?
You still want to go?
I haven't said goodbye yet. Actually, I refuse to say goodbye. I had a lot of fun spending time with Yuma. I've always admired detectives, and investigating with one was like a dream come true. That's why I want to be with him. Even if he's different now, Yuma will always be Yuma.
Come on.
It's pretty demonstrably untrue by this game's rules.
Just tell him.
Huh? No, that's not what I meant.
She's still a child in school? Yeah, she's a high school student for sure.
To take a trip. It's why I got permission from Mr. Makoto to travel. It'll be fine. I'm sure I can find him. Never underestimate my abilities as an informant.
Right. I believe you can do it, Kurumi.
A master detective and former #1 of the WDO. And a homunculus informant.
Yeah, we're definitely starting an
I
RPG.
think you two would make a great team.
I don't like Vivia smiling.
Come on,
It's genuinely
we should get
upsetting to me.
going already. Since he quit, the WDO is in a state of chaos. #1's position is still vacant. An election to decide the next #1 will be held among the detectives soon. We need to hurry home.
Oh my god, nominate Vivia. It'll be hilarious.
I'll nominate myself. Hey, why are you sighing?
If you find Yuma, give him my regards. Also, tell him I'm still waiting for him to pay up.
Right.
Soul coin? Is that just the coin she used to, like, beat people up? Does that have more significance I'm not remembering? Why are we not just taking the submarine? It feels easier.
Kurumi, if you ever decide to ditch Yuma for me, give me a call anytime. When you do, I hope you'll introduce me to your friends too. And even your friends' friends. See ya. Bye, Kurumi! Let's meet again in our dreams.
I really don't like you, Desihiko. No one else does either.
It is so hard to say farewell, but all adventures involve such partings. Well then, I must continue my own adventure. Please take care of yourself, Kurumi. And of course, I must thank the chief as well.
Is Vivia gonna go last? Is he gonna scoot out in
With
that
all my
suitcase?
heart. Farewell, everyone.
Fubuki, I hope to see you somewhere out there in the world.
I mean, there definitely should have been a mystery where we, like, tried Desihiko for his, like, crimes against women.
No one's gonna carry me. Great. Walking is way too much effort.
Yeah, and now you have to move that whole suitcase around with you.
It was rather comfortable in there. I know this may sound like a bad joke, given what you are, but I want to die someday.
Please take care, Vivia.
Please don't die, or maybe do. I'm still a little confused about that. Okay.
Everyone is gone. Yuma, I won't give up.
Is that one of those iPads that control the ammo pals?
Okay. I better get going too. Chief Yako, thank you so much. I met so many people and learned an important truth. It's all thanks to this detective agency. I'm really, truly grateful.
Nah, it seems like no one's taking this up, which seems somehow even more ridiculous than someone taking an entire submarine. Did she even meet Yako at any point? I don't know if they talked, but they were like in scenes together.
Dear Kurumi, I'm sorry for suddenly disappearing on you. I thought I should take a little trip. From here on out,
When the drugs
intend
wore
to
off, I was
travel
like,
the
I
world.
shouldn't be here anymore.
There are still cities everywhere in need of detectives. I want to eradicate
Isn't that the
all
purpose of the
unsolved mysteries from this
WDO?
world and bring happiness to everyone. So I have to go. This is my dream. And also an important promise I made to someone.
He left her the
In the meantime,
book?
I want you to hold on to this book for me. Someday, once I'm finished, I'll come back for it.
That's such a weird character choice.
Someday,
in a game
he says.
where all the character choices are already
I may be
bad.
immortal, but I'm not that patient.
So is it supposed to be the case that Yuma looks unnaturally young so that it's appropriate for him to date a homunculus teenager who doesn't age? I don't think there's any world in which we make this not seem at least a little uncomfortable. That's like the end of the game though, right? It's not still going. Oh, thank God it's credits. Oh, Jiminy G. Jillikers. God, this game is awful. Oh, I sure do this to myself, don't I? I don't know what to say about this game. I mean, I feel like I've done a pretty good job of cataloging my thoughts as we've gone and as the game has deteriorated, but like, there was so much potential here. There's a bunch of cool ideas, but they're not actually tied together by a plot. They're kind of just like a bunch of like bad mystery tropes in a trench coat that gradually fall out until you just see like a sad naked man under them or something. Like it's just I don't know where this analogy is going, because much like this game, not enough thought has gone into it. It's just like, the characters are almost exclusively terrible. The motivations of characters throughout the game are inconsistent at best and terrible most of the time. A ton of the mysteries have, like, bad and confusing endings, like flooding an entire part of the town and, like, murdering, like, a rebellious organization just to, like, steal some money is, like, so needlessly elaborate. That entire last case where they just, like, tell you everything over and over and over and over again. And by the time you reach the end, there's, like, no mystery left, but somehow you're still solving a mystery? Just play Ace Attorney instead. I still haven't played, Trials and Tribulations. Is that the third in the original trilogy? I played the first two at various points. They not apply critical thinking at all. No, critical thinking wasn't allowed anywhere near this game. I mean, like, I know some of you haven't watched all of this game, but, like, those of you who have, you know that, like, critical thinking doesn't factor into this game. I mean, like, one of the things that most annoys me about this game is the plot twist that, like, your character who had amnesia at the start of the game is meant to be the most intelligent person in the world. And I'm like, listen, if you take away all the memories from someone who's gained a lot of skill at a certain trade or whatever, they're definitely gonna be you know, worse at that craft. But, like, if you take someone who's, like, innate strength is their deductive reasoning, and you just, like, literally remove their memory, they won't then become the actual dumbest video game character I've ever seen. They might not be able to solve a mystery by themselves right away, sure, that's fine. But, like, they would be capable of, like, drawing basic conclusions from evidence and not needing other characters to constantly just tell them what the mystery is until eventually we consider it solved. Like, as a mystery game, this just fails on every level. Like, the twist could have been interesting if done well. I feel like it's almost the case that a lot of effort went into making sure that it didn't go well. But, like, just, like, all the gameplay, like, there's no, like, deductive reasoning that you can apply in the Mystery Labyrinth. The gameplay mechanics of the QuickTime events, they're genuinely some of the, like, I've played Indigo Fahrenheit on this channel. That game is trash. Like, that game is awful. And those QuickTime events still feel better than this. And that game was made in, like, what? 2006 or something? Something like that? Echo says, before you conclude ranting, I went to Google Images to check, and Chief Yakko's blood was pink. He shouldn't actually be dead by this game's logic. No, that's true. Yakko is one of the... Yakko was found in the restricted zone. He's a Walking Dead. If a homunculus dies, the rules state that they become a zombie even if they weren't exposed to light. Well, I don't know. They've had some, like, conflicting reports, but at the very least they, like, lose most of their memories and cognitive functions and then become crazed for human flesh. I'm gonna get off the screen because it's really loud. Castle says, Indigo Prophecy had a more satisfying ending. It did. Indigo Prophecy was a game that promised, like, a interesting, like, slow-paced thriller story and ended up being, like, extremely bad rip-off Dragon Ball Z, and was still a better love story than Raincoat. Music seemed okay. Yeah, music pretty good. The like, character models and stuff were pretty cool. The game was a little bit glitchy and, like, rendering stuff. Like, some of the visual concepts in the Mystery Labyrinth, cool. The idea of the Mystery Labyrinth, cool. And I'm not saying that there's no redeeming factors to this game, but I'm saying that a lot of the stuff that I think is pretty important to having a, like, cohesive, functioning, narrative-focused game were, like, definitely not functional or present, even, in some cases. All right, the loud music stopped. Is there, like, an epilogue credits post? Yeah, there sure is. This game will not end.
Somebody stop him! Has anyone seen my daughter?
Oh, I get it. Yuma Coco Head will return in Grand Theft Auto 6 in 2025.
We did it, boss! That was easy.
There's a murder investigation over there. Seriously? Again?
All right.
That's not a murder investigation. That's like a SWAT force. That's like way too many cars for like a normal crime scene investigation. Okay, so LA. Listen, Demolition, just because it's accurate doesn't mean you get away with it. Yeah, the cape physics still apply. Yuma Coco Head's cape will return in Rain Code 2. Oh my god, it's still not over. Nicholas says, don't they get better again after eating meat buns? So again, this is like, this comes from the part of the game that was like least consistently handled and contradicted itself the most. My understanding is that there are two ways for a homunculus to become like like a crazed killer monster. One is be exposed to sunlight. Supposedly, has like the same effect as killing them, but they can get better if the sunlight stops. But then, like, if you're killed, it's like lightly implied that you can't get better from that. Like, I genuinely can't answer this with authority because the game didn't make it clear enough. But, like, the impression that I got is that, like, homunculi can get better from being exposed to sunlight because it was important to the plot that that's true. But, like, because it complicates the lore further, if you can get better from being just shot dead or whatever, then, like, the homunculi who die, like, they're not permanently dead, but they're, like, permanently stuck as zombie, I think. Richard says, I feel like this is a case where the devs were only interested in the programming and not the story. Yeah, I mean, like, the story is such an enigma. Like, it feels like there are times that I'll, like, read a story or watch a movie or play a game where the story is, like, not great, but, like, the premise is good, and what it feels like is that they developed a cool idea and, like, no one really fleshed it out. This is kind of the thing that, like, J.J. Abrams does a lot, is he comes up with a great idea and, like, leaves the making it logistically work to other people, and it doesn't always pan out in the end. But, like, my recollection from that thing I read was that this game supposedly had a 6-year development cycle. I just don't feel like you can make a game for 6 years and have so little grasp on, like, a basic causal story or, like, the finer points of a mystery to make it interesting. Like, it'd be one thing if it felt like they just, like, ran out of time or something, but, like, the core gameplay mechanics are so weak. And, like, the thing that ties them together is the story, so, like, then that should be strong, but that isn't either. 6 years for this? Yeah! Can't you tell from the fact that, like, you're gonna get some pop-ins and all that? And, like, another thing, too, that annoys me about that ending, and there are many, but, like, right towards the end there, in that, like, final conversation, like, there was some illusion that, like, oh, so, like, the guy that we know as Yuma Cocohead, the protagonist of this game, like, he felt like he had to leave the World Detective Organization because there are places in the world that need detectives. It's a World Detective Organization. It is a worldwide organization for detectives to solve mysteries. Again, I can't stress enough that if you are already in charge of the worldwide organization of detectives, you solve the problem of detectives needing to be places by doing your darn job. It just says, does this look like enough to sell? Is it bad enough that people will immediately demand their money back? Yes and no, let's launch. I don't know. I mean, like, we were looking not that long ago at, like, the reviews, and, like, wasn't the, like, Metacritic average for this game something like 8.8 or something? It's, like, obscenely high considering, like, this end product. I mean, like, listen, I'm really hard on this game because I think a game like this really does need a strong story. I mean, this is like a 70-hour visual novel game. You can't afford to have a weak story. You can afford to have some kind of soft characters or some weak spots in the story or something, but you can't have just kind of like a bad story with bad characters in it. And that's, like, primarily what Raincode is, unfortunately. So, like, yeah, if you're gonna make a 70-hour story game and, like, not focus on the story being good at all, like, I'm gonna give you a pretty bad ranking, personally. I mean, I've been struggling with this for a long time because, like, it's become more apparent the more we played this game as to, like, exactly how bad it really is. But, like, when you couple together the, like, pretty mediocre to subpar and very limited game mechanics with the bad story, I feel like I give this game, like, a 1 out of 10. They did it. They made a whole game. The voice acting is pretty strong. Pretty consistently strong. That might be, like, the nicest thing I can consistently say about this game, and I do feel like I've pretty consistently noted that I feel strongly positively about the voice acting in this game. There's still some questionable stuff in there, but like overall the voice acting's good. There's some good character work, but like as a game it's just not good. Yeah, like I feel like 0 out of 10 is like broken or like so heavily glitched that you like can't. Like I once played an adventure game where like it was just like a known bug that like at a certain point like you just can't use save files ever again, and it's like halfway through the game and it's like, yeah, that's like a 0 out of 10. You like literally can't like play that game. Yeah, like graphics are like not terrible. Music is like pretty good overall. Voice acting was like definitely above average. Like pretty strong cast, pretty good voice acting. But like honestly, Demolition, like a week ago I was inclined to give this game like a 4 out of 10. But like the ending is just so horrific. Like the ending like undoes some of the like mediocre storytelling we had already accomplished. By like at the 11th hour, like bringing in this notion that like the entire game was a ruse to get like Yomi fired from his job from the guy who's his direct superior and like has the agency to be able to fire him, like, so that just invalidates like most of the game because that doesn't make any sense. It's rough. Here's what I'm gonna do. If this is gonna run long, there's like 0 chance that we're gonna play all the way through another ending. I'm gonna load up the choice, like the spot right before that choice, and see if the other one like is an immediate game over because it was the wrong idea, or if it like immediately just dovetails into the same crap we just watched for like another hour and a half. Like I just want that much sense before we wrap up the game. But like, there's no chance it's a good ending. Did you look this up, Demolition? It's the exact same thing. Is it more or less the thing I expected, where like they changed like the first like dozen lines of dialogue but reached the same conclusion, and then like all the rest of the stuff plays out the same? Literally 3 lines of dialogue. Wow, it's even worse than I expected. All right, I think we're done here. Oh man. And like the almost negligible amount of character development we attempted to have throughout this game was like all undone by that ending too. Like the notion that like all of a sudden Shinigami wants you to appreciate the power of teamwork when she's literally criticized you for it the entire game, and then she herself criticizes you for it again, like right after saying it was like the only way you could win or whatever. But then like the fact that like you finally have this like almost emotional connection with Shinigami, where she's like putting on a brave face and she sort of pushes you to save yourself, even though it like sucks for her. And like the obvious solution is that like once he regains his memories, like he can just like use the book again to partner with Shinigami, and like they can just be, I don't know, like weird death god dating or whatever. And then he just like opts not to do that. It's like what's the point of any of it? It's just like all the decisions we make feel like anything you could have cared about through the game is just like undone. It feels like the first like 2/3 of this game are like making an elaborate like quilt, and then the last third of this game is just like really rapidly unmaking the quilt and then like returning it to its component parts or something. What's the next game on the docket? So that's a great question and a very valid question. I was putting off for a little while naming it specifically because I was waiting for confirmation that they were finally going to release the remaster of the last part of this series before committing to starting it. It's supposed to be first quarter this year. I think it'll take me long enough to play through the rest of it that I'm fine committing to it now. The next thing I want to do on Fridays is play through all of the Sam & Max games, which is Sam & Max Hits the Road, which is an old LucasArts classic, one of my favorite adventure games of all time. And then the Telltale series. When Telltale Games first started, the game that they first made was a series based on the same characters, Sam and Max. And that's when the episodic gaming model was created, because it was an ambitious project that they paid a lot of licensing money for, and they weren't sure if they could recoup the cost of development. So they released it in small, like, adventure game chunks that amount to, like, all told, like, I guess like 15 total mini adventure games that tell like 3 story arcs. So like that's what I want to do on Fridays. Saturdays I'm still not certain. I might do like one more Cobalt Core stream tomorrow just because this was a lot and I'm not sure. I was like thinking of trying to like push myself a little bit tomorrow morning to like get some stuff tested for one of a couple games I was thinking of. Main candidates there in the short term either being Quern, which is like a first person like Myst style game where you like explore a sort of abandoned environment with like weird machinery and devices and try to figure out how things work and like what's going on in some weird environment. Or playing a game that got remastered last year that I think would be fun to play on stream, even though it's not exactly my normal stream jam, which is the Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars, which is one of my all-time favorite role-playing games and is a lot of fun. What I've seen of the remaster is mostly pretty positive. I've heard their take on like one of my favorite songs from the original, which I think is a downgrade. But under the circumstances of this being a particularly taxing live stream, I think I might give myself a pass for tomorrow. We'll see if we can like do anything fun in Cobalt Core tomorrow, and then we'll pick up. We'll probably start Sam and Max Hit the Road next Friday. I should be able to get that working. And then I don't know. Maybe I'll put up a poll or something to pick which of those other games sounds more interesting so that people have some say in doing something that isn't like 22 consecutive weeks of rain code. Good lord. Richard said, I'll see Masochist in 12 years when Rain Code 2 is released. I don't know, man. This is a pretty masochistic stream, to be entirely honest with you. I think Rain Code 2 might be a tough sell for all of us. I mean, I had some reservations after playing the first Somnium Files game about playing the second one, but I was like pretty committed to that. And then, you know, even the second one turning out in a way that I didn't 100% love. I think when the relative inevitability of a third Somnium Files game comes out, I would play it and not necessarily dread it the way I've come to dread playing Rain Code. But like, man, Rain Code 2, I mean, it would be so long. All right, I'm gonna ask everyone to resubmit where you think the secret Squirtle is, because I'm not scrolling up. I don't have enough spoons for that. I mean, like, I'm sorry that happened, or congratulations, or whatever. But like, I'm not catching up on chat. My brain barely works. You just saw me beat Rain Code. My God. Just, Also, PAL, World Early Access. De-acronym that for me. I don't think I know what that is. PAL? PAL World? Okay, we got Eeyore guess because this game made everyone want to die. That's great. Lorenzo, always a good guess. Carlos, always a good guess. I will say while people are guessing that this week was Winnie the Pooh Day. I think it was Wednesday, which is why I decided to wear my Eeyore shirt and put some Winnie the Poohs out there. Oh, Power World is the Pokemon with guns. Oh, that's all I know that as. Thank you for translating that, Letters. But yeah, I'm a big Winnie the Pooh fan, so I thought I'd throw a little bit of an homage to Winnie the Pooh Day. Octohead guess, Eeyore, Carlos, Lorenzo, Pooh. Great. Cool. Good. Awesome. Great. Everyone's great. Hey, everyone. You deserve it. All of my joints and sinew. Ah! Okay, let's start over here. I decided to put Octohat at a jaunty angle today because I realized he would kind of suction there, almost like a real octopus. Hiding inside there is a little friend who hasn't been on camera before. This little ornament penguin, who's also a little squishmallow. But he's new. I got him for Christmas. He's got a little wreath and everything. Not a Squirtle, but I think that's pretty cool. Lorenzo. So hiding behind Lorenzo and under this new lady, I don't think we got a close look at her last week. This is a new Valentine's Day cow from this year. She has a heart-shaped ice cream cone. It is bliss. Hiding back there is Squishmallow Pikachu. Not holding a gun or anything, just like a regular Pokemon Pikachu. Let's see. We had Carlos guess. Hiding behind my ever-faithful and clawsome companion, Carlos. He is, in fact, a secret Squirtle. God, I love Carlos so much. Look at his little feetsies. And his little heart. I love him. Clawsome's in chat, please. But that's not all. Nah. In fact, we had some guesses behind this little Winnie the Pooh pile. We got Eeyore, we got Winnie the Pooh. And hiding amongst all of those 100 Acre Woods friends is Sarah Rocks Aqua's special homemade Squirtle. Would you look at that? Sniper Justin says, to this day I still don't know what the Mr. Sanders sign means on Pooh's house. I probably should know that. I don't think I do either. Yeah, actually, I'll talk a little bit about this. I actually had sort of an unintentional experiment towards the end of last year. As Christmas was approaching, I was hiding, like, extra Squirtles, and there just happened to be a lot of places where people weren't guessing. And I sort of realized, like, maybe I could just hide multiple Squirtles all the time, and then you never know how many there are to find. And I only have to reveal them if people guess. You don't have to know that you missed them. Anyway, congratulations. Several of you managed to locate these secret Squirtles, but of course, anyone who's endured Rain Code with me has expelled through an almost religious rite all of the bad luck from their lives, because nothing could be worse than being subjected to like 72 hours of Rain Code. So, I hope that that fares well for you. As I said, we'll be back tomorrow, probably with a little bit of easy stream. We may even do just chatting if that's what people are up to. But for now, thanks everybody for watching. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being you, and I hope to see you again soon. Signing off for Rain Code. It's me, VascoDaGamer. I don't think we're playing that DLC, guys. Was it only 72 hours? I'm doing some rough math, but this is like the 22nd installment, and the average length is probably like 3 hours and 45 minutes. It's like a bunch. There's not one DLC, there's 4 DLCs. I haven't spent money on them yet. Doesn't sound like an appealing prospect. Anyway, I think I interrupted myself. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you. And I hope to see you again soon. Until I do, everyone remember that you are clawsome. And also potentially a homunculus. Who knows?